Just getting everything set up, guys. We'll do the 5-minute counting shot.
Are you looking to become a Tier 1 operator in the gaming world? Elevate your games with Blacksite Studio Terrain.
Hey guys, well, it's Sunday. I was a little behind, so this one's going to be a pretty busy one. As you can see in front of me, we've got 2x minis. Welcome to SitRep. Welcome to Viewing a Brew with Gaz. So G and Marty are really putting the pressure on. So to do a bit of catch up, we're going to attack a couple of models today. It might actually end up being a little quicker than doing them individually, because I'm keeping the colour palette similar, he says. We shall see. But yeah, so 2 more Spectre minis from their North Africa set. Gun's a little bit bent. We've got this bloke who's carrying an AK variant. I'm not going to say 47 because you never know. Basic webbing setup, a few mags on the front, a couple of side pouches. For this, looking at the actual footwear, he looks like he's in trainers, so we're going to paint him as trainers. Then you got a loose top and some trousers of some sort. Going to be an interesting one because there's some gap issues. You see where the gun actually touches his head? So yeah, so we've got him, and we've got 2 in this very similar pose. Obviously, expert marksman, these 2, looking to fire off over cover, which would be quite handy in the game as well. I've got this second guy. So we're back to having shades on another model, which can be a bit of a pain. This guy's in boots this time. There's a clear sort of overlay on the boots. We've got trousers of some description. I'm probably going to do them as jeans. The top's very different. It's a sleeveless. So I'm going to probably do 2 colours, maybe a white and something just to do the parts around the arms. And a baseball cap, because that's what you really need in a small space to work around the arms without messing up. So I imagine there might be some choice language today. Hopefully it's choice, in which case I'm not just reacting, I'm actually meaning what I'm saying, understanding. Obviously I don't paint with them off the holding mechanism, so I'll put one guy to one side for now and we'll chuck one of these guys in. So yeah, it's been a busy week. Hope everybody's okay out there. And we'll see how we go. I've got supplies because I'm planning to do 2, and normally it takes me over 2 hours to do 1. So I've got a can of pop going, a couple of chocolate bars laid out. So at some point you might hear me chomping away. Got to keep those calories up. Don't want to pass out while painting. I've got my wet palette set up already. So pretty much, I think we might just jump straight in, eh? So I think we'll start with this guy. I like the webbing on him. It's pretty cool. I'm going to bring the camera in just a little bit. So let's see. Bit of zoom. Not too much, he says. That's a little too little. The joy is, the closer I get, the harder it is to keep in shot. So you can, you know, give me crap in the comments for dropping it out of shot. So yeah, so that should mean you should be able to see it quite well. Back on one of my Turkish coins. Seems to be my go-to these days. I'm just going to change the angle of the camera just a little bit. There we go. That way, when I do have it at this angle, which will be my painting, you're kind of just a little above it looking down. So you should be able to see what's going on. Cool, cool. So, this guy is trainers, I think. Yeah, it looks like he's got trainers on his feet, so we're going to give them a go from the start. So, I hope you've all had a good week. Work's been pretty busy for me, but that's kind of the norm. We recorded our latest episode yesterday. There was a interesting so it ended up going out live, which was, I don't think was intended, but ended up being an interesting variation to how it would normally go. With the trainers, I'll just jump in here with some contrast apothecary white. So yeah, it went out quite well. G was really pleased. I think it was quite a good episode, so did everybody. And yeah, you're gonna start to see some new content coming up from the SitRep team. And it'd be great to get feedback, as in, if you listen to the episodes, have a look at it. So as we get straight in here, the consensus is that people are really enjoying what we do and following us. Would like to see more Let's Plays. Sokak, that's you. So G's looking at where we can go with that, as is the rest of the team. And we're going to broaden out to sort of militaria, so historical up to a point, but actually, so real conflicts, real units, military history, but broaden the time scope. So no longer will we limit ourselves to modern. We will stretch into the various times of war. And when you think about it, that makes for a big old window, because pretty much anything you can find a history for, we can do. And the good thing is, as well, because there's going to be a lot of good things. It's one of my sayings. Leave me alone. Jim has his. I think, eventually we're going to work out that everybody needs a shot glass for different words. So happy with the trainers on him. For the trousers, I think I'm going to go Black Templar for him. I'm going to chuck on a red top, so that we get a green for the which green? So not sure which green for the webbing. I kind of want an older sort of weathered look. So got this green, but I think that was way too bright. That one looks quite dark and weathered. And I've got two others. I've got like this one, which is quite a strong, almost a jungly green. And then more of an olive drab. I think I'm going for the olive drab because it has that look of age to it. Oh yeah, this is how stupid I work. So these are in alphabetical order. So this colour begins with A, as does like the first three or four. So these are in alphabetical order, so I can find them easier on my shelf. The hard part is putting them back in alphabetical order, so I know what I'm using. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that makes this green that I'm looking at that we're going to use will be a Creed Camel. Yeah, so we've opened ourselves up for, I want to say, a world of love, but it could be a world of pain. We shall see. There's so many rule systems out there that are just rule systems, and it's going to be really interesting to see how we approach this. And really cool. Looking forward to it. We're gonna jump in with the black next. So trousers, we're going Black Templar. I mean, do you guys, when you think about stuff, you must have, everybody, I think, has a favorite period of history that appeals to them in various ways. Not necessarily just one either. We all have these moments of, oh, that's really cool. Or when you find out about a specific battle, you see a film, you read a book, and it draws you into an era or a period of history that, one, you'd never heard of, or two, you didn't realize would capture you that way. I'm not going to list them all off because everybody has their own reasons. For me, one of the things that got me, so 300 came out, well, quite a few years ago now, which talks about the Pass of Thermopylae. Now, bear in mind as well, it's a Frank Miller adaptation, so it's from essentially a comic, a graphic novel, I think is probably the correct term. And so it's got that fantasy element to it that you see in the creatures and the visuals that was carried into the film, which is nice because if you're going to base it on something, you go all in on that something. There's no point in going half and half, so trying to do a bit of history and then carry the fantasy, it just doesn't sell either as well as concentrating on one, in my opinion. And with that in mind, they were already a favourite of mine, and they became a favourite of mine through an author called David Gemmell, who's actually a fantasy author, and he wrote a novel called The Lion of Macedon, which I thoroughly enjoyed, about a character called Parmenion, who's a half-blood Spartan, but he's a strategist, a master strategist, and from that, he listed his points of reference, such as Xenophon, one of the Greek generals, and the literature of those people and the histories of those people. So for me, getting into that period was very straightforward, because the terms of, oh, I've painted his trainer. There we go. That's for talking. Well, if I didn't talk, it'd be a very boring thing. So let's do a quick bit of repair work back here. The good thing is the trainers are white that are going to have grey, so essentially if I can pull most of the black off, it'll end up being grey anyway. Didn't take, I think that's a new record short time. What time are we on? 13. So in just over 10 minutes, I screwed the pooch. I don't know if you're allowed to say that. That's like I don't know what term that's from. Wow, my brain's on real tangents today. Right, let's go back in and sort this out. So we're back to Parmenion, I hope. The points of reference that he gave meant that I had a sort of a bit of a guide to learn more about that period of history, about the Agora, how the Spartans trained. I then went on to Stephen Pressfield, who wrote a novel called, I think it's Gates of Fire, which I believe is the translation of where the 300 fought in the narrow sort of mountain pass against the Persian invaders. And again, that had a lot of literature on the political side of it, so about how the kings worked within that country, and I've proper screwed that trainer. Definitely going to have to tidy that up and do that again. And, you know, really gives you an insight into what the Spartans were and how they trained, their ethos. Some of the crazy stuff, you know, about they used to go to a whipping post as young boys and whip each other, and the one who could take it the most would be sort of the winner, and it wasn't unknown for them to die at the post, and that was considered, you know, an amazing thing, instead of you've just lost a soldier, a future soldier. And from what I remember, they begin as young as 8 years old in the Agoras, and enter the various ranks of fighters. And they were very clever in how they structured their formations to allow men to be close to combat during their learning phases, with veterans giving them guidance by rank. So they're literally learning to fight in phalanxes by not only being in amongst it all, but getting verbally taught during the fight by more experienced veterans about what guys are doing right and wrong, which is crazy when you think about what they're doing at the time. Now, saying all that, I'm just going to adjust the mic just in case it's a little quiet, because it's just showing a little bit quiet. There we go. Try again. Yeah, there we go. It was a fascinating bit of history for me. And then to see the Spartans come out in the form of 300 took me in a different direction completely. So we talked about a red top. We're going to chuck on some Flesh Terrors red. So that's a period that really interests me. But that's just one. And everybody's going to have their own. I think G's right on board with a feudal Japan. Potentially while it was still all provinces, before it was brought together by the first emperor. Again, love that period. There's so much good stuff out there. There's miniatures, there's rule systems, there's RPGs. Wow, this red's really bright. That's cool. So looking forward to that. Jim and Ralph both have their personal favourites, as does Marty. I'm sure Chris, who wasn't on the podcast, but obviously has been on some of them recently, he's got his own opinions as well. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how we approach it, because I think let me just get this right there. I think it's got a lot of scope. Quite funny saying that, really, because yeah, it's got all of history. And I know people like I say, Sokak, shout out, has mentioned about getting some live plays and such. That's coming up in the form of. So I've just realised the webbing obviously goes over. So rather than be neat around the webbing, I'm going to white it back out, as in the straps. So the webbing straps there and there. I've already gone over one. I think we're getting close to time to change to a smaller brush. Just so I've got a bit more control. Let's get the fat bits done first. But essentially the world's our oyster. There's so many rule sets, so much to do. Hey Ralph, see, we've just been talking about periods of history and stuff that we like. Which one sort of grabs you initially, Ralph? We've talked about. I always talk about the Spartans because I got into it through some novels, but we're expanding our military scope from modern to militaria, military history. What's the first one out the hat for you, so to speak? Right, definitely go into a smaller brush. Clean brush. So the good thing of me being sat here right now is I used it as a real valid excuse to go and get myself a full English breakfast. Because if you're working hard for a few hours, you deserve an English breakfast. So Sangin, from what Ralph was saying, is what got him back into the game. I think it's something that we were going to talk about. I don't know if we got to it in the end or not. There's a Kickstarter, isn't there? Is it North Tag? Is it North Hag? No, North Hag it's called, isn't it? For 28 mil. And I believe in that, some of the rules they reference are straight out of the Sangin set. Because I scrolled down on the Kickstarter to where it was talking about the vehicle and vehicle, infantry and vehicle, infantry and building, etc. I do love this red, it's really strong. Means you've got to control it though. So I always leave skin till last. Normally I would do it first because it's a depth thing, but when we're using contrast, and you'll probably hear this in most of the videos, I've done it. North Tag 10 mil. Are you sure it's 10? Because I scrolled down and the Russians and the US troops you're getting, 9 and 9, are listed as 28 mil, which I was a bit worried about due to ranges and stuff because they've also got armoured vehicles in them, AFVs, with 30 mil turrets on, and at 28 mil, that's going to be an interesting one to find out about. Or is that a previous one that they've already released? Because I got like two, I want to say. I saw one that was definitely 10 mil because the models and that were visuals. It was sort of a page for North Tag. But the Kickstarter I went to. Ultra Combat. Beg your pardon. Beg your pardon. See, so already I've screwed up a trainer within, let's see, 13 minutes. And at the 20-minute mark, I get my subject matter wrong. Maybe I should have had a coffee. I don't drink coffee, but it sounds like I might have needed one today. Speaking of which, coffee. 28 mil with no ranges. Fair one. That's always going to be tough. Although, pistols, being accurate with pistols across a board is pretty tough. On a 6x4, even at 28 mil. Yeah, rifles, assault rifles, a marksman, I'm saying marksman. Somebody that's been taught how to shoot should be pretty consistent at those levels. It's from Colin of Skirmish. There you go. So Ralph's giving you some nice gen information there. See, I just ramble, and everybody else around me, Ralph, G, and Jim Oriskany, give you the facts. uh, so yeah, I just sort of bring a UK time slot for painting stuff to the team. Apparently, I had to find out, and I can't even remember his name now. They spoke in reference to a guy that I think I may have seen once or twice with fuzzy hair from 70s, 80s, who taught people to do painting pictures. Ralph was kind enough to link me in on that. See, every day I do ones at an education. It's great. That's him, Bob Ross. For our American friends, this is very early. Jim said he'd be on at 7. I was like, man, I appreciate people being on to chat, but my dad always said I could talk a sleeping eye to a sleeping eye. Well, I can't even talk today. A glass eye to sleep even. Um, and it seems that he wasn't wrong. I can just sort of waffle with the best of them. What you get out of this, I've no idea. But hopefully it's that you can watch me screw up multiple times trying to paint a model's trainers white and then going over them with black. Because that was a good start to today's session. So we're looking at doing 2 today, Ralph. We've got this dude that we're doing now, who's got the perfect shooting pose, and his buddy, who he taught, who's also got the second best shooting pose. Bit of interaction with another member of the sit rep team there. I'm looking forward to seeing the technical. I don't know. I know Martin's been working on it, and he's put up some information about it. I'm not sure 100% where it's from. Is he like doing a custom, or is it branded? Cleaning the kitchen. Well, it is Sunday. It's cleaning day. As a kid, we used to put music on in the house, and then I used to have all my chores to do on the record player that was going. I think G's got a record player actually in the living room. I tell you what, this red, speaking of history, this is definitely the red for red coats, because you can highlight it up, but as a base colour for doing the British infantry, I think this would be very, very good. Even the black, if you look at the black now, let me just get a better shot of that. So yes, there's lights on, but most of those grey spots that you can see, and let me just, so here across the groin, the point of the knee, the top of the turn up, so he's got whatever they call them, boot cut trousers on. Coming across the back here, look, it's alive with colour, and that's all from contrast paints, finding their way into the sort of the depths. I'm such a fan of this when it comes to light, source lighting, and understanding light theory on a miniature in a 3D environment, because it's something that I've always struggled with. And I used to just basically chuck a shade on, which is fine, and you have a number of colours. This one kind of does your dark side for you. So with a highlight, you're pretty much there. Such a big fan. I do wonder where the concept came from, and if it is actually that different, or if somebody accidentally one day screwed up in the factory, produced a shade that had like quadruple the pigment count that it should have, and then they went, I wonder if that'll work on a model. Chucked it on and went, this is amazing. I really like this. It's never going to beat the glazing of layer after layer for top end models, for your heroes, or if you're doing competition. But you could do competition with this as your base and then bringing it up after. And in all likelihood, it may help you if you, like me, struggle with certain aspects of the painting hobby, such as light, where it belongs, where it doesn't. Because some of it's pretty easy. So I'll make sure I get under the shirt. You know, there's various areas where you're looking at it and go, yeah, that's 100% that needs light. Top of the head, top of the arms, etc. But when you start getting into cloths and cloaks and jackets and other such things, it's a bit more problematic. Steve-O, how's it going, dude? Will do. Will do. There's no wonder Steve's busy. He's got like 7 kids. Just 7, yeah. I don't know how the lad does it. It's quite funny. He's one of my mates from work. You never got any. Ah, right, yeah. Yeah, a branding thing, yeah. So I used to have Vallejo. I used to have the fantasy set, and I used to have quite a few of the airs, and then some of the random ones. But over time, they started to get to be not my favourite, shall we say. And I don't think it's anything to do with the paints. It was when, you know, you're not sure sometimes of what colour to apply, and then what colour to highlight what you've applied. I ended up falling into the Citadel app, which kind of did the work for me, gave me actual fully painted miniature examples to show me what the colour looked like when it was done by them. Ooh, quick slurp. Oh, that's better. Sort of made my life, it was about ease. Because our hobby's quite stressful in some ways. You're painting really small guys. Most of us are older and have other elements in our lives and in the house, or even if this is somehow a job for you at work. And those distractions tend to cause problems when it comes to painting. Oh, this guy's got a lot of webbing. I'm trying to make sure I've got it smooth up to the straps everywhere. So the fact that I could just look at an app and go, yeah, I need those 3 colours, and I'll just do that one first, that one second, that one third, and then do a wash. Oh no, there's a wash there, so I'll do that one first, then a wash, then that one, and I'm done. Meant that I shifted. I sold my Vallejo stuff, and I funded my Citadel stuff. Bolt Action and Spectre. The good thing about that is, yeah, like you say, Bolt Action, I mean, we have the custom boxes all ready to go. With the sort of a core colour set. Germans, British, American. Really good part of the hobby, really good aspect. What I do have, I got the Flames of War, is it Colour Up? Which is a colour guide for World War II recently. A fantastic book. So much information that was useful to application of colours for various conflicts within World War II that I'd buy it regardless of which World War II game I'm playing. If I've got miniatures on the board, it's a massively good resource tool. The good thing is, as it's at 15mm, it scales up and down, so you can pretty much apply those colour schemes to anything. As you'd imagine, that's exactly what they must have had in mind when they did it. It talks a lot about, it does all the basics as well, from decals to core colours and stuff like that. I need an airbrush. Well, I think, you mean this? Should have done that side. That was a shameless plug of a company. So I picked one up. I'm yet to use it because 1, I'm scared to death of it, and 2, I'm scared to death of it. No, the main reason I've not used it yet is, you know what? I'm just going to tidy these trainers up with a bit of white. So where I've gone over here and there, I'm just going to grab some white scar and tidy it up now. I've got some big ass models that are going to be a great test bed for me getting into airbrushing. And when I get round to doing them, because as ever, like any good hobbyist, we oh yeah, the white went a bit wrong. I have definitely got a pile of waiting to be applied paint to built cleaned up projects, which kindly one I got from Gianna and Dawn. They looked after me at Christmas. In fact, Thanksgiving, not Christmas. Let's just get some water into this white. Oh, screwed that up. Let's clean that up. A bit more white. And they got me some Dust 1947 stuff. I was a big fan of the Japan stuff that came out, the IGN. It's kind of weird. It plays off to, I think it's a European stroke American company because they have a couple of different teams. But essentially, the Japanese stuff is Imperial Navy, and they have a couple of different unit types. They have like ninjas, that are females, which look awesome, coming like black body glove sort of suits and very, very assassin-esque. And they have like a schoolgirl set as well. So I've got a bit of a mix. So we're thinking of a half ninja. Well, I'd like to do two forces just so you can sort of showcase in which to basically go to an event with. Then I'd end up having sort of two halves of the same force. So we'll have the ninjas who are all, diving around and sliding through the gaps while everybody's distracted by the main force, which would be made up of the ones wearing the uniforms of sort of navy schools. So they pretty much look like sort of blue and white, the blue and white sort of traditional school uniform type stuff. And to make it a little more funny, I was thinking of doing a Hello Kitty force, but we'll see. So you did your Humvees with them, and a T14 to paint. Now, are you? So you're not just basing them. Are you doing all the highlighting and stuff using the airbrush as well? So I'm happy with where he's at. So next we're going to, rather than touch the red, while the red goes, we'll jump back on the black, get the gun done. Gundam? No, gun done. So it's going to be a little out of focus because of the angle. Let's try and get him. There we go. So literally just chucking on some of the black, pulling the excess down and away. Trying to keep away from the trigger finger. Got a pistol grip. Flip it around. Change the angle. So you can see now that you're at slightly sort of downward angle when you're looking at where I'm painting. You're not square on, just to try and give you a little bit of depth perception. I do like all these models have the trigger finger on the trigger. Their safety is not on. That's cool. So any excess around the front here, I'm just going to pull off now. I'm going to use that just to fill her in around the trigger, not the trigger guard. Although I will be doing the trigger guard. When we move forward, there's the trigger guard. Make sure both sides of the pistol grip are done. And, oh, seasickness, we're going to be moving this around a bit. Yeah, basing, you see, I need to get used to the trigger action. I've been mucking around with it because it's one of the dual triggers, which everybody always advises to do. So you've got a level of controllability both in the amount of air and the paint that you use as a mix. And I'm going to be using it to base stuff first so that I get used to the action, used to how to hold it. Because I think, like anything, it's baby steps, although my friend had to go quickly with his, was it last week? In fact, Steve-O, who was just on, he was the one playing with it, and he followed a quick tutorial and did some cloak work with it, and it was stunning, really punchy, really vibrant, had some nice blend work to it. Just an exceptional bit of painting for his second time picking it up. It was ridiculous. And he's really chuffed about it too, and he's rightly proud. The Dust 47 stuff has some big mechs in it and tanks. And yes, it's a sort of a weird World War, I think. What if it kept going, but it goes a bit outside the pocket as well when it comes to Militaria. Just trying to see. Try to see where his fingers curl around here. I think that's his thumb. So yeah, it is. So I didn't want to paint his thumb, but there's an angle by the face here. Which is cool. While we've got the black out, I'm also just going to chuck him some hair on. I say chuck him some hair on. He's got some nice little texture here for hair. So let's get my hand position right again. It's got quite a bit on, so we're going to have to move this around a fair bit. So I'm just reading what Ralph's playing. All right, so yeah, so you're using it for everything pretty much. If you see the chat, guys, yeah, he's put a you rattle camo Humvee in black, mask the windows, airbrush the green, and then camo in khaki, all airbrushed. I mean, did you just use the white sort of masking tape, or did you use sort of the blue painter's masking tape? I know you can use, what's the other thing you can use? You can use the, is it it's liquid, not liquid putty. Is it liquid putty? There's a reusable one. I've seen it where the guys use it on tanks for camouflage and such. Wow, I've really gone over the top with the hair. Or have I? Oh no. It comes quite close to his brow. Let's put some sideburns in. Cool. Because I know a lot of the top artists, they extensively use airbrush to keep I say the top. So we're talking more like the studio artists. Obviously time is money for those guys, so they have a tendency to mask and spray where they can, and then go in after to tidy up, similar to what we're doing with the contrast here. We're chucking contrast in and about, and then we go in after with some layer paints to tidy it up. A bit of a sideburn. Get some of his ear here. I may be losing my mind. So just going to make sure this section at the back's low enough all the way around. I can't believe how fast this year's going. We're already halfway through Feb. It's like 6 weeks since the new year. Cool, I've got the black on. So, happy with that up to yet. I'm just going to seal that up a sec, clean the brush, and have a look at, so where I've tidied up the trainer at the back, I'm just going to reapply. Hey Jim, how's it going? A bit of a pocket theory white on the trainers, and go from there really. Yeah, it'd be good. Stick in the Facebook group, dude, and we'll be able to see the processes. You should film it, Ralph. Get yourself a setup and go on camera, and we'll do it that way. You could be our airbrush expert. What do you say? If you could find time, bloody hell. Busy man, sorting out all the documentation, medical docs and stuff. So we're back to pretty much where I wanted the trainers to be, and we'll clean them up with a final highlight anyway. Sweet. So I'm just going to jump in with some skin. Slip me some skin So, usual suspect, bit of Bugman's. What do you mean, nah? I'll tell you what, you're in the UK, I'll send you my camera, you can use it. When I go away on my next exercise, I'll send you the camera, you can do some airbrush demos. I think that's only fair. So we've got a couple of the sit rep team in the house now, which is cool. Training material and video editing. There you go. So I'm going to stick out some questions for you. Well, I suppose we've got the upcoming game. So we're into the skin now. We're just going to, before I go off on a massive tangent, we're just going to shut down some Bugmans on all the skin areas. And Jim's been working hard for the rules of the transit game and the main game. We've talked about scales. We've talked about the feel of having ranges in games that have weapon systems that are capable of clearing tables with accurate fire, even with inaccurate fire. Section weapons, vehicle mounted, aircraft, etc. It's one of the reasons I'm looking forward to heading back into history a bit more, where the rules make it a bit more comfortable because you can apply a level of realism. A sword will reach only so far. A knife will, an axe will, a shield will block. Body armor is sort of a go no go when it comes to modern. You either have body armor on and you make a roll regardless, whereas you kind of want hit locations and would even get a body armor save because the shot or the strike was in between plates. Regardless whether they wear body armor or not, if it's hit between them, you're kind of dead. Whereas a lot of the old shields and swords and such, had the potential to block what was striking them. I saw an interesting documentary on Agincourt, so where the French and the English met, which is quite famous for the longbow. And they showed that at the time, some of the French armor would stop the longbow's arrows fired the way they would have as a volley. Don't get me wrong, the horse, not so much. The actual knights on horseback wouldn't really have penetrated other than a few small areas. Bearing in mind these were firing in volleys, so can you imagine the experience of being stood in the field and having round after round, arrow after arrow slamming into you? Not a nice thought, definitely. Cool. So let's get around, do the other arm. It's getting a bit thin, so we're just going to add a bit more. Resisting the urge to buy Legion as they're releasing the ARC Troopers. What's Legion? I don't really know what it is. This comes up a lot. I don't know the hobby as well as my team does, which is why I ask a lot of stupid questions. But the good thing is, the guys give me the right answers. So, in a way, I'm prompting for all those people out there that are like me, not knowing as much as others. And hopefully that means that you guys get some out of this as well. As I know nothing. I just sit at a table and paint stuff now and again. Yep, so there you go. There's Jim weighing in about the Agincourt arrows. What they did say is the factor. Well, this is again just a documentary, so you can't go off. The only people that know the history is the people that were at the history, which means nobody really knows the history for half of this stuff, and the people that often write it either weren't there, got second-hand accounts from the victors or the losers, which is obviously blemished by their experiences and what they want to say. So on this documentary as well, it said that the arrows did almost nothing The killing by the archers was done on foot with knives due to the fact they'd shot out the horses from under the cavalry. That particular day it had been raining heavy. They have that in the seasonal. They went and tested the mud in the location of the battle, and it has a high sort of suction, so that if you were to have worn a steel or metal-clad footwear, such as the men at arms for the French and eventually the knights having had their horses killed under them would have been, then they would have been barely able to move in the conditions. And the British archers, who didn't really wear any sort of metal footwear, in fact most of them had rags that they would wrap around their feet in certain layers because that's how they had their footwear, would have been able to just move over to them, basically knock them down into the mud, stand on them, and then go for the weak points with a knife, and there'd have been very little that the French would have been able to do about it. But is that just supposition? Is it, it's all after the fact? It's interesting, is what it is. But who knows? Who knows? Clone Special Force. Oh, Star Wars Legion. Now I know what you're talking about. I've actually got the Clone Wars box here that I'm looking to get rid of soon. I'm going to transition to the dark side. It's unopened as well. That's not historical. Well, it is. Just not in the way we're thinking. The wind is still pretty sketchy over here, and nothing like what you get in some of the places in America. I'd like to point that out straight away. But for the UK, the storm Dennis is sort of pounding one of the coasts at the minute, and I'm the opposite coast, yet we're still getting some cheeky wind speeds for the UK. And a lot of the time, like at night, I just put a fan on last night, not to cool the room, but just to equalize the noise, because the sound of the wind slamming into the building and was inconsistent, so it was disturbing because it had no periodicity to it, which is really weird. This guy's quite a problematic. Getting around this face and this hair's not nice. I'm so glad the second guy's got a cap on. I'm just going to drag the brush up and down a bit, shape the hair a little bit, try and get it so it looks reasonably natural. History is written by the victors. What's quite scary is history is often written so far after the fact that potentially nobody was left alive to tell you what happened. Very few, even Xerxes, who had a biographer, I think his biographer was obviously never going to write that he was a crazy person because he liked his head being attached to his body. Let's get these fingers done and that thumb. So Ralph's cleaning his kitchen. I'm painting models. What are you up to, Jim? Are you in your smoking jacket with a pipe in the armchair with the hunting hounds at your feet? Or is that just a British gentleman? Or are you cleaning a rifle on the kitchen table, bombing up ammo? With a coffee tapped straight into a vein. Wait, that might be G. I might be getting my J's and my G's mixed up. How best to put this in the words of G? God bless America. That's what she says to me whenever we talk about guns and stuff. I like how her and Marty think that they've found a reason for both their better halves to allow them to buy more firearms is to expand into history so that they could then review weapons used by the various historical periods, so black powder and such. Hey, if it works, it works. Just trying to get his fringe towards the right sort of place. I always find fringe is tough when you've got... There we go. There's even white above his ear here that I need to try and get into. Speaking of which, I need to clip my hair. There's a random one. Very often the last person you want to ask about what happened in a given conflict is someone who was there. Sounds strange, but often their attachment or bias regarding the topic makes the recollections suspect. Yeah, I can see that. I could definitely see that. But if you're not stood on the hill watching, how can you trust the other guy? I suppose you can't really trust any history. Every history is a fiction of the person that believes what they say or wants to say what they say there. You know, it's even nowadays with modern media and such, quite a lot of areas are out of access for them in theatres. So stuff will happen that never gets reported on. That would be, you know, casualty reports, after action reports, etc. We always say, everybody was, what were they all waiting for Roswell or something to see if the CIA or whoever it was would release the documents in relation to what happened because of a time where so long after then they can release what actually happened. But they never really have to, do they? They can accidentally be lost, burned, or amended, and nobody would ever know. Well, I say nobody. That's not always true. There's always the person that did it. I worry when we get to trying to recreate stuff exactly the same. We don't really know what that was. 13 hours. I mean, we're using the film as a reference for some things because we don't know the information. The GRS and what they were armed with has been blacked out. I do have Netflix, yes, buddy. Oh, we're about to get some Gen. Although I do like watching films. You absorb 10 to 20 accounts, weigh your own research, come up with your own conclusions, now granted. For events further back, as in Agincourt, you often don't have that much to draw on. Yeah, I mean, this is it, isn't it? I mean, everything that we sort of go off of is, especially when you go to ancient or even medieval, we're talking about that long ago that you don't even know the processes for that age half the time. You know, literacy becomes a thing as well. Verbal accounts would have been the biggest resource. Very little literature as such. Well, I'm really dragging out painting this skin. There's a lot of awkward angles on this model in comparison to what we've been painting before. It's going to make doing the other guy interesting as well, because trust me to pick two awkward models for the day I wanted to achieve two models, because I'm good like that. I really like to look after myself. Ken Burns, 10-part Vietnam doc. Oh, one of the lads was mentioned that at work. Has it been good, has it? See, there's a perfect example of, you know, it's something that was visualized a lot, talked about a lot, politically charged, but I imagine not many people even know the realities of it other than the guys that were there, which came back with everything from physical health issues to mental health issues in a war zone that is pretty nasty. And a conflict that at the time was both a battle at home and away. I'll give it a go, dude, definitely then. Yeah, history does tend to change over time. It's probably a good way of putting it. I've always wanted to know more about, you know, Second World War. There's so much we don't know in relation to a lot of units from other countries. You know, the Polish, the Hungarian, even you know the main Germans, etc. The Japanese. We often know the Allied side of the story and know very little of the Axis side of the story. We know the units and where they were and such, and as historians and um, fans of that sort of genre, we read up on a lot of information and technical specs and that side of things, but rarely are we able to translate the German into English, etc., to get a real feel of the time. Because Rommel's a very interesting character in a regime that was charged the way it was. I've actually seen his at Duxford, which is a military air sort of museum place near here. They put in a tank section, which is lovely. It's a good sized section for sort of an English museum, and in it is, I think it was Montgomery's initially or somebody. It was like a caravan train that would have been their HQ. So it's got their bed, toilet, planning room, and it's like a number of trucks and trailers, or a truck and a couple of trailers, should I say? And it sort of changed hands during the desert campaign a couple of times, which is quite funny. But no, I'm looking forward to this history and opening up of. I'm talking about stuff that's not been. Well, it has been released. It went live. Haha! I was worried. I've just been thinking. I need to not say too much, but it's already out there. We streamed and streamed away. Which Ken Burns are we talking about? Some Burns. Oh, it goes from the French to the end of the war. He interviews the VC and the MVA. Interesting. Very interesting. See, so I'm pausing when I read. So yeah, I've got like a second screen set up. I say a screen, it's my phone. Steve O, you've still got my tablet. We did talk about you dropping it to me today. I didn't hear back from you. You owe me a can of pop. So let's just double check the skin. So at the minute, it's not looking that bad just as a base sort of model now. So we've got white trainers. The white stroke grey really gives it some texture into the colours. You can see it pushing into the gaps where the trainer breaks with the sole. We've already talked about the black and how it really is one of the nicest of the contrast paints, almost doing a lot, sort of 80% of the work itself without you really needing that much input. We chucked on the red. I really like it. It's a strong red. I think it'd work on the British red coats really well, or any other sort of form of red flag work, for example. Give you a good base and a good darkness in the root end. We chucked on some skin tones. The guy's got a awesome pose, and we've got the base colour down on the weapon system. So that just leaves us chucking some on the webbing. And essentially, you could go from there. It's me that wants to highlight up just a little bit, because I'm sad that way. Creek ammo. Manu. The good thing is I'm not the only one. Jim has personal standards that he has to stick to as well. So I do not feel alone in my need for certain things to be certain ways. There are other members of our team that are the same. Isn't that right, Jim? Oh, they're in the middle of a firefight. No, I'm not only kidding. We're getting some postings. Battlefield Vietnam. Okay. French to 1975 Saigon. That's interesting. I do like that a lot of people only think America was in Vietnam, which is obviously not the case. Hell, we were even in there for a bit. So I'm just going to re-white out these webbing straps that we talked about earlier, because once I'd already screwed it up, rather than try and faff around with it at the time, just pushed on. Just using the white scar. It's a base colour, so obviously with the meaning and what it is and how. Oh, it says about to need to be reapplying the red. is a good cover-up coat because it's got a high pigment. Jim, I still can't believe you did that bloody checkered football shirt. I'm going to have to forget it just because it annoys me that we wouldn't have one. But if I clock up like 16 hours trying to get that right, that's all going to be your fault. So I looked at the back and I've looked at the front, and there is a transition. So I'm just trying to gently, without screwing up too much on the red, thicken up a webbing strap. Because you can see here it transitions into the shoulder, but it didn't have a visual there, so we're making one. Because otherwise it'd just end, which would be kind of weird. Yes, he is smoking. He's got no jacket or dogs at his feet. Oh, well, that's disappointing. We're going to have to get you a tweed jacket or something just to sell it a bit more. Do you even know what tweed is? It's like what the Queen wears, dude. And it's not a brand. I'm surprised G doesn't have a tweed jacket. She's got enough firearms. And Marty. And he's got the sideburns for it. Marty's got amazing sideburns. He's got the type of sideburns that we would always find on military seer instructors. Because they're the guys that skin things and they only eat what they kill, and therefore they can do what they want because nobody likes to challenge somebody that's that good with a skinning knife. It's not as prevalent as in the US with hunting and such. In the UK. Cool. We have some webbing straps. Gonna let that dry a sec. In the meantime, while that dries, I'm just gonna grab a bit of blue for the trainers, a bit of grey for the trousers. In fact, we'll do the trousers. One of my favourites, Mechanica Standard Grey. Yes, you know what tweed is. I figured you would, being the historian that you are. He's got the pipes and the scars on the bumper. It's too hot for tweed. Oh yeah, California. Whereas Ralph and I, poor Ralph, what's weather like where you are, dude? Here it's blowing a gale and trying to rain all the time. So I'm just going to do some really quick highlights on these trousers. The good thing is I've thinned it down. Just going to make sure it's properly thin. So it should just take some of the colour but not be too in your face. I'm just going to use what is already there as a bit of a guide, really. Because, as G has said, we want the stuff on camera. We want a level of visuals so you can see what's sort of going on as well. Which is where that blooming football top's going to come in. Martin and I still need to find a way of deciding who's doing that. Because I know he really badly wants to do it. So I'm of a mind just to let him go ahead with it. And I think he's pulled out on the Adidas thing as well, which is massively disappointing. I feel the community should pressure him back into doing that. If you say something is going to be done, it should be done, hopefully. Might call foul on that one. Cool. So, just giving it some colour, a little bit more. Any of the Cold War gone hot? Are you kidding? British? Of course they did. Newcastle, man. Why, I man chicken. for those of that end of the country. Needs to be black and white stripes. Oh, you know what? I'd take stripes, but unfortunately Jim's done squares, so it's checkered, orange and blooming white. Cheers, Jim. It's coming along nicely. Which orange and white? It's got to be like an Italian football team or something. I can't think of one, but then I'm not massively into. I'm going to say football because I'm from this area of the world. For my friend Oriskany, I'm going to say soccer because, as we all know, the US struggle with the English language. Shots fired. It's first thing in the morning. Jim's barely got a coffee in him. Ralph and I are raring to go at lunchtime. I'm packing a English breakfast in the belly and a Snickers on the side waiting to be consumed. So I'm firing all cylinders. Ralph's cleaning the kitchen, so he's obviously awake, whether it's by choice or by being forced into it. So yeah, let's get these shots in while we can. G's not here to defend herself. Marty's not, so they're both fair game. Dawn's too nice to offend at all. So we have to double down when it comes to Jim and our other American compatriots. Any other shot? All right. I thought, yeah, shorts. I thought you declined the shorts in the end, because in the movie, one of the GRS guys actually in shorts. He's going, "You gonna go to war in shorts?" He's like, "Well, yeah, comfortable." Right up until you kneel on glass, I suppose it would be. So we're pretty much there with the trousers. Let's just do a transition there. Cool. So we just took some of the colour back, and it's just so that it picks up on camera, really. If you were going to do close-up, you'd have it a lot lighter, but as it is, it just adds some texture. With the same now, I'm just going to go to the hair. So there is some stippling on the hair, so I just want some greys here and there. Let's see if we can get it to an angle. This is where it all goes wrong. I'm going to focus in more. For the head, oh dear God. Now you can see how small the eyes and such are. So small is like the tip of a 4-0 brush to do the eye. And I'm not that far away there, literally. So I'm just going to touch up some, and all I'm doing is speckling some of the high spots, just to give some dots here and there. It just breaks up the form. There is already some texture there, which is really nice, and I can see it now because of the contrast. Whereas as a flat colour, you'd be struggling because it is quite minimalistic. It's probably a way of putting it. They've not gone over the top with sort of it's almost dimpled to give you something to work with. And that's where I find I've missed a bit of the hair. So, quickly, repair, Black Templar. I think that's mistake number 2. I get like 3 a show. I've sworn once, that doesn't count. Did I swear? I think I swore. I'm getting old, I can't remember. Somebody else will have to keep track of these things. Didn't do the gap between the fingers. So definitely a half a job day. How are we doing for time? Oh, 10 past 1. That means I've done an hour already. I'm still on the first model without having done the webbing. Done some of the highlights though. Yeah, that's cool. So, repair work done. It's quite cool that we do these videos and pretty much it's just me and the other 2 members of the team watching. Guys, if you're out there and you do watch these, put us a comment or something on so we know we're not the only people watching them. Not necessarily now, this could be later when you're watching it at home, or it would be nice to know if anybody is out there. I feel like we're lost in space. There's something I liked. I did like the series. Most people don't like the series, the new one. I like the old one and the new one. Cool. So we've got some hair, we've got some stippling, we've added some colour. So I was trying to get it back into shot because I've zoomed in. Who knows if any of that segment was in shot. And this is why we don't get any people watching. Let's go down there a bit. American football is rugby with pads. That's a tough one. I'll let Jim respond on that. So we're going to zoom back out again now. We've done the head. Cool, that's about right. I played both, American football and rugby. I played for Nem Valley Hybrids for a season with American football. They have very different ethos on tackling and stuff. Although it has changed. I don't know if you've seen the film with Will Smith called Concussion, where they changed, because it used to be, what I was taught was you put your grill into the other player's grill, so physically smash your face into theirs, which just is not the best thing over time. So just going to go back in on the weapon system. This is the first sort of layer of my highlight. We're still on the Mechanicus Standard Grey. It's not had anything mixed in with it. We're just putting it on bare. As it comes, we've thinned it down with water a bit. Started to dry a little bit on the palette, which gives me the thickness now to control where I put it. And then essentially we just go back in after with a white to bring it back up. And give it sort of a metallic look without using any metals, really. You can always dull it back down if you find it comes up to being too shiny. We'll do some wood stock work in a sec. And to do that, you either, well, rather than use another layer of contrast, you'd just get some normal oil, chuck in some Larian medium, so get it thin. I'd say at least 50-50, and then go back over the weapon to make sure that you're not dulling it down too much and then have to do all the initial work again. But before you do that, wow, this is an awkward position. So we're upside down now, doing the underside, which won't have much light in, so I'm just literally going to do a rough highlight with just the grey. Get onto the end of the iron sight. That was awkward. You met the original Will Robinson. How old would he have been then? Because it's not the youngest show. Grey black for weapons. Yep, another good one. So we do that initially, then we'll do some white, as you've seen on my past videos, and then that'll be that. The train is looking fairly spangly. I'm just going to highlight in. There's a white spot here that should be highlighted on the trousers anyway. So Ralph, we talked about Sangin. I've still not played it yet. I've read through the rules. I quite like how it looks. But I worry about, is it spotting? In that you need to spot units, is that right? Well, actually talk some modern. How about that? It'll freak everybody out. Nobody will know what to do. I can't believe. So I did the black on top of the head and didn't do the underside. Sod's law. Right, get that one out ready. The grey can go away. We'll grab a Black Templar. In 97 at a Babylon 5 convention, that's going Babylon 5. Melee and charging rules for Sons of Liberty working title. The last bit before a hopeful playtest and the new version 2 rules is later this morning. That's going to be cool. Bet you're looking forward to that then, Jim. Who are you playing it with? Or are you just doing it? Say doing it on your own, that sounds... As in doing it with... or testing for someone, or... Tell us the story, Jim. It's live, Jim, but not as we know it. You Trekkies out there will recognise that Klingons on a starboard bow reference. Right, straight into the green. I do like this green. I'm hoping it sits well on this area. And and hopefully it shows off the green quite well and all, considering how little effort I hope this is going to end up being. The other thing to remember with a lot of this stuff, even with any paint, is be wary of judging before it dries. With this one, you need to pull and push it around anyway. Sometimes 2 layers is better than 1. Sometimes it'll depend what your base colour is, especially if you've not used the contrast specific stuff. But it does work with pretty much anything. Halfords, or I say Halfords, Halfords is a British brand. Hardware store, sort of car primers, there's all sorts. You can pretty much, the world is your oyster, and it's definitely not got a pearl in it. Cool. Let's make sure we're in around the actual pouches fully. See, it's a good level of detail when you look at the pouches on these guys. They've even got the dot at the top for, I mean, yeah, there might have been a clip system rather than what looks like here, but it's a while since you read them. Wipe them off, Jim. Sorry? Oh, the rule set. So yeah, we're spotting. There's an element of spotting required, I think, to target. So you need line of sight. You need to then spot what you're looking at. And this includes infantry looking at vehicles, which, if an APV or an armoured vehicle is nearby and you're not in a firefight, there's a good chance you know its general direction. And then when looking in that direction, if part of it is visible to you, you've seen it. You don't need to do a spotting check, and then which you could potentially fail having seen a large armoured vehicle. Now, I want to make sure I'm not getting my facts wrong when it comes to this, because I've seen spotting in a number of games, and generally it's a bit clunky as a system, because we're all about visuals because of it being a miniatures game rather than the realities of the scenario, which would mean you can hear a tank, you know it's that way, you're looking for it, and you see the shadow of its shape moving past an alleyway. You know the tank's there. You might not know exactly where it is, but it, you know, it's difficult. Right, time for the first bite of a chocolate bar. Look, no advertising. Can you guess what the chocolate bar is? Wait, is it still advertising if I say you're right or wrong? Ah, right. Now we're on the same page, Ralph. I apologise if you can hear my lips smacking at the taste of my chocolate bar. But if this is going to be a long one today, which it probably is going to be based on how slow I've been with this one, I feel validated by it. And it keeps me quiet for a few minutes. So I've been thinking, which period am I interested in first? Ah, Trekkie, eh? You're showing your age. In fact, Ralph, are you older than me? Am I the youngster in the group? Am I the wee whippersnapper? The baby? because I'm pretty sure I'm younger than G and Dawn, and I'm definitely younger than Jim, having met him and talked about when he was in the military, when they still had the blue jackets on. Although my guys at work now say that I might as well be a red coat because of how long I've been in. So the question, my friend, is who's younger, me or thee? 1970? Man, you're all massively old farts. We can never get you lot together. You'll all smell really badly in comparison. Oh, brilliant. 1970, eh? A wee baby lad. I was not even a glint in my father's eye, as they would say in the UK in 1970. I'm definitely the gobby little child of the bunch then. That's a rare thing for me these days, so I'm quite happy with that. Normally I'm the old fart. So the webbing's coming together really nice, especially around here at the back. We've got some lovely structure to it. I nearly went black to give it a sort of civilian webbing, but then I thought it being North Africa, it's more likely to be an older green. I'm putting musket balls into the Englishman. Well, that's where you went wrong if you're only putting the balls in. Oh, this is a family show. In fact, does this mean you're French? Oriskany does sound French. Or not even close. Where does Oriskany come from, Jim? What's your name's heritage? It's where we find out you're like American Indian or something. Or is that? I don't even know what the correct term is. I don't know what the PR way of saying Native American is. If that's correct, American Indian. Oh, who knows? I'm not even going to try. If you take offence, please try not to. We're different nations. We're all hobbyists. That's all we care about. What family? It's from a battle. Yeah, he did mention the. I think it was an Oriskany was mentioned in the most recent stream. This being the most recent stream, not this one. Yeah, Native American. Ah, okay. August 1777. Actually, it's in Iroquois, I want to say. Battling upstate New York in the American Revolution. Who were the battling sides? Because knowing you, you're bound to have looked into this. I want details, Jim. Details. Does this mean that... Oh, I'll just throw my paintbrush away because I don't really need it anymore because I'm talking and reading too much. Does this mean that you're basically from the north or just fought up there as a family name? Native American is correct. Okay, oh, Native American's correct. Oh, that's cool. Well, I was halfway there. American Indian's wrong then, so Native American is correct. Sweet. I'll get there eventually. So green is done. Now that it's started to dry, you can see how it really is a really nice, useful colour. You get that almost texture to it. It feels like it is that crappy material that webbing's made of that you can pretty much rub the whiskers off your chin with. I'm very happy with that. So green is green. Green is green. Super green. Super green indeed. Quick clean of the brush. I'm going to grab some white. I'm just going to go back in and tidy up the trainers here and there to make him pop a little more. And we're getting close. We're getting close, guys. In fact, while I've got the white live... See, I nearly made a mistake then. So I put white on my palette. I was about to dip my brush into my water. But we're using white That jacket has turned my water into a lovely sort of reddy, browny, awful soup. Which therefore means if I do that, it'll pink it up. And we'll have a Ambassador pink shirt, which, geez, Ambassador got by accident the other day because of the red tie. So I will leave it alone, and instead, because I've got a wet palette, all I've done is stuck my brush into my sponge to pull some water from it. And we'll just go back in, and because, you know, nobody going into battle doesn't wear their best white trainers. If you're going to do it right. Do it white. White shoelaces. So we've already had a set of black Adidas, so I'm not going down that route with these. I could try and Nike Air them, but I'm not sure where the tick goes. I've never had the money to own Nike Air. So we're just going to go back in, just tidy up some areas. Give them some nice clean colours. And let's be honest, for a tabletop standard, you don't really need to do this. This is just me being me and how I want it to look. Basically, I'm just trying to make it so that when they go to America and they go on the table, I can see which ones I've painted. Cool. So yeah, all we've done is tidy them up a bit and bring the colour up. It's one of the few parts of the model that's not as well detailed as the rest, if I'm honest. Sweet. I'm just going to grab a bit more of the contrast red because I've noticed that. So I'm happy with all of the shirt, but what I did notice is essentially where the collar runs around the skin there, I've got no dark recess, and especially so getting in the middle of the shot at the back of the neck here. So there is a step there for me to work with, ever so small, but I'll take it. So I'm going to put some excess on and just run it around the neckline. Let it sit in there. Again, not too worried about how messy it is because the skin colour base coat is a base colour, therefore it will easily coat the mistakes that I make. Cool. Yep. A little bit more on that side. Nice. That'll do. That'll do, donkey. That'll do. Back to the palette. Clean off. Back to the white. Make sure that all the red's out of the brush that I can get, because that was a real smart move, going that way first and then second. Almost all Americans versus Americans. Okay. The Tyrone County Patriot Militia versus the New York Tory Loyalists. And a lot of American Indians. You got me saying American Indians now when you've told me the right way. Native Americans as well. Would lead to the immediate lifting of British siege of Patriot garrison at Fort Stanwix. Help them win the Saratoga campaign. Liberty or death, isn't it? Is that alright? I've been to New Hampshire. I got a coin. We stopped there on the way back from a deployment. Really nice people. As in, I was going to say weird place, but it's not weird. It's just weird to the British to have people turn up to an airport to thank you for your service that you don't know. Well, to thank you for your service at all, really. So we're just going to go back in with the white. So this is over the grey that we did. Going to use that bit as wood, I think. So we've got one striation Take a breath. The other side of the magazine. Magazine. Change. Bit on the bottom. Bit too heavy on the bottom, but we'll sort that out. He screwed up Liberty or Death. Cheers for the shadows. Yep, they've come along nicely, buddy. I really like the webbing. That colour suits really well. Oh, I've screwed it. Screwed the pooch. So when you screw it, you do that instead. Cheers. We overcommit to it, and then we're going to sort it out after. And the grip. Again, we're leaving that bit. Oh, there's a bit where the finger runs. It's got a gap in there. Cool. And then quickly across the top, we've got the lead iron sight, back of the barrel, just a little bit on the top of the weapon. We're just sort of spreading what was already there. I'm not going to do the underside at all. So, but I definitely want to try and get that pistol grip just a touch. It should be easy, but there we go. Cool. So where we screwed up, and grab some Known oil. Say we, it's the royal we. It's everybody's fault but mine. But I'll deal with the consequences, obviously. So we again get some Known oil on the go, and we drag it to the leading edge, darken that down. It was too thick at the bottom, so I'll square that off. Then up in front of his forehead here, there's no gap, so I'm going to go back in on the underside of that, which gives us a defined gap again. I'm going to run it along the edge of the underside of the barrel. This is just to take the edge off but still leave the higher white nice and clean. Same for the sort of the muzzle, I suppose it was a muzzle flash or a muzzle suppressor. Then same for this section here, run the gap. It just gives us the contrast. Underneath here, where the breech is, I'm going to blacken that out again. Cool. So we've muted it right down, and now I think we're nearly there. Let me put my thumb under it so you can see it. So I can see that at this point, I'm happy with how that's dulled down and got the sort of the lower level sheen. And here's fine, but that section there is still too white. That dot's too white, and that dot's too white. So this time I'm going to grab a bit of water, throw it into that ink, because I still want it to be brighter because they're the highest points. Close that up. Mix in the water with the ink. So this is a thinner layer than what I've just done, but it should allow the whiteness still to remain, but tone it down ever so slightly. So as we said, the top of the iron sight, the top of the barrel, down that white section, the second part just behind the hand, and what looks like this lever arm here. There we go. And then we go back in and have a look again. Try and get it into focus. So much going on in the background. There we go. So now it looks a lot more dulled down. This is still a bit too strong. There we go, happy with that. So we've dulled it back down, made it to a point where I'm happy. Oh, nearly forgot the pistol grip. In fact, what's the saying for California, Jim? Ooh, time for another chocolate bite. Cool, happy with that. So trials are done. Shoes I'm happy with. Gun I'm happy with, except for the wood. Webbing I don't think needs any work really, but I will touch up a little bit here and there. So I'm going to highlight the red shirt and the webbing, and we'll go from there. The red shirt, I'm just going to go straight in with an Evil Sun Scarlet. Just nice strong red. Get it nice and thin. And just go on the highlights. Same as what we did with the trousers. Mainly to make it pop where we need it to. You live outside of Fort Lauderdale. Is that, I'm presuming that's a massive military camp, or is it a town? So we're literally doing a traditional layer highlight over the contrast. And basically, you can see how that's just made it pop that much more. If you look at the sleeve this side now, it's got clear definitions, but you can just bring it up that little bit more, and it does make a difference in my opinion. Just going to fatten this one out just a little bit. Same for this side. It's a nice edge running here from the side of the brush down. Another one in there. Excuse me. It's all them nuts from my chocolate bars. Whoop! Inbound, wait out. Sitrep podcast is online. Ah, such a calming voice at 7:30 in the morning. Is that Dawn's or mine? So the boss is in the house. The G unit. It's party town now. Ah, Sunday music is on. Who's in charge of the year of music though? Because always a funny thing in the car with them two. Gee, you like an MRE, don't you? And I think, is it Joey does as well? Pretty sure you said sometimes when you're down with the horses and that, you and your grandson smash on the old heater and cook yourselves up some scrummy good stuff. Well, I spoke to my QMs who was about to get rid of stuff that still has some months left on it, and I've procured you a choice menu 3, and that is the choice menu because it has a steak option. I have no idea what MRE steak. It's probably going to be a stew. I doubt it's going to be steak. It could be some form of rodent, but I will package that bad boy up. Hey, Joey, nice to see you too. I say see you, but actually you'll just be listening. How's your rat deck doing? Hope you're beating them all with it still. And I will get that shipped over to you guys so that next time you go down and do the horses together, you can try some British, what we call, in fact, speaking of rats, Joey, we call them rats packs because they taste rats, meaning not great. That's not true. They've got a lot better over time. When I joined, every element of food pretty much was powder, except for the things that came in tins and they had a jello attached to them, like a meat paste. Even the cheese wasn't very good. They had a cheese spread that could potentially, Be applied to wounds to stop your bleeding. It was that nasty. Everything used to be just add water. Those were not nice times. Really not nice times. So we're getting some highlights up the top and around the collar. Cool. So we're happy with the red. She is popping a lot more now. I say she. He. Well, it could be a she with a short haircut. Who knows? Looking good. So trainers are done. Trousers are done. That's done. We've got webbing. Rifle is done except for the wood. So webbing and skin. And that's the first model done. So for the webbing, do I even want to bother? No, that's not it. I know what I'm going to do with the webbing. There must be a wash for green. Violet, green shade. So instead of doing, we're going to go in a different direction for a change. Instead of doing a layer, I'm going to chuck on a wash. Looks good. Thank you very much. It's coming along nicely. I've been dragging my heels. What time is it? It's an hour and 45, dude. And dudettes. And I've only eaten like 2 bites out of a chocolate bar. I'm doing well. Well, that's not true. I had like a fry up before I even started, but so I'm going to see how the shade sits here. I've done it towards the front just so I can tidy it up easy. Yeah, looks alright. Just a little too much on. I just want to make sure the sort of the clasps show correctly. And I'll do a drag on the sort of the pouch where it meets the flap on the underside, just to get a bit more definition and a bit of shadow. The good thing is, with contrast, if you pull and push it at the beginning to the right places, you don't need to do this, which suggests that when I did it, I didn't pull and push it completely to the right places. Let's get the fastener. And then we've got some areas that are going to break up the webbing, because there is some natural clasps and such. Away from the keyboard at the moment. Oh, Jim. Jim. Is it time for that coffee? What do you mean I've not done the boots? They're trainers, dude. They're meant to be pale. You can see how it's got the grey. Is that not good enough for you, Joey? Yeah, he's got his best running shoes on, dude. Wow. It's his first time being under the pressure of Joey. He's got far higher standards than any of the rest of us, it seems. Not allowed to bully me. The kitchen is now clean. Oh, for a D&D idea. Nice. Cheers, Ralph. Keep them ears open. Left and right. So there's a bit of shadow just to separate out. So we basically built the strap up here because it wasn't really there. So all I'm doing now is just chucking shadow to either side of it using the shade. So it looks like it's actually meant to be part of the model. Cool. Yeah, it's cool. Joey says no, it doesn't. Right, Joey, what would you like me to do to correct it? How can I make it good for you? Have a chat with G and let me know. And we'll see what we can do. In the meantime, I will do the wash on the skin, which will just be chucking on some Reikland Flesh Shade. So this should be pretty pain-free. And it'll take a second to dry as well. We're just going to quickly push and pull this around. Get it into where we need it to be. I need to paint the Adidas stripes. Oh, I've done that on a set. You mean like, where's my Adidas dude? So here's my Adidas stripe dude. You mean like that? Is that what you mean? Waiting back on the bus. This is Joey, not G, obviously. So I want to get a good level of pigment to try and just darken that area underneath. Same at the join there, and come up. Make sure we've gone all the way around. Just get some excess off this forearm. It's cool. Seasickness mode as we spin the model back and forth and back and forth. That's wow, Joey, I didn't know you knew that type of language. So much for the family show. I don't make yours look bad. Hey, I'm dragging my heels. These take like an hour after 2 hours each, easy. Well, 2. We're coming up on 2 in 10 minutes anyway. There is no looking good or bad, there is only diversity. And these days we're always about equal opportunity and diversity. You hard workers. Hello, Because Movie. I'm not up that early. It's like 2 in the afternoon here. Jim's up early. Get them Nike kicks. The dog's got you up. What, both of them or just Hermione? That is the question. Gone onto the shirt. Let's pull that back up to the neck. So make sure. So this is quite important. I'm going to concentrate a bit more where I put the ink now, because we're on the face. So I want to keep the chin free of it pretty much, thin down. I want to keep the edge of the ear to keep it lighter, the top of the cheekbone. And I'm just pulling it off with my mouth. Well, that is a statement I don't often make. I'm pulling the excess off my brush as I go. I'm just gonna throw it in and around here and then tidy it up. The face isn't formed quite as well on the miniature on this side as it is on the other. Around the neckline. Just going to touch into the hair, and that should give it some undershadow at the back. So I don't know if you can see how that's darkened down on the underside a bit. You see a light grey spot that I put in, and the grey spots at the top. Then when you look at the bottom, it darkens it down, which is really nice because it's a brown. It's not as invasive as sort of the black normal oil would be. And then I'm just going to put a bit, make sure he's got some in the ear. The other side will be starting to dry now, but I need to make sure that this side is how I want it to be, which it is. Take the excess off the brush this time. Make sure the nose is clear. Pull the excess from the eye. Take it off the cheekbone. The edge of the ear. Cool. That's that. So let that dry a sec. Jory, what colour stripes are we thinking then for the trainers? That's the question. Obviously they're white, so think about what colour you want for the trainer. Thank you very much. The trainers, I do like the trainers. Getting up at 7 is not a big a deal. Unless you didn't hit the rat till 03. To be honest, I've not been able to sleep past 7 in the morning for a very long time. Unless I'm blue. Right, we have the shout. Blue it's going to be. So quickly, I'm just going to nip and grab a can of pop while I chew on the last piece of my chocolate bar. I'll leave you two to talk for just a moment. And back we are. The lovely sound of a beverage. Oh. It's not a brew, and it's not a brew, as I say to my compatriots overseas and in the UK. Okay, so blue stripes. Blue stripes for Joey. Here's the problem, I've got like 7 blues. So the next thing will be, which blue is going to pop? That is probably just a little too light. That's a little too dark. This is like the 3 bears, isn't it? The porridge. Too high, too light, too dark, just right. And we're hoping for just right. I'm just giving it a shake to see what colour it is. Probably a little too light. Too dark. You know what? As Marty would always say, nothing's too bright in the world of modern. So we're going with a Layer Techless Blue, which is a kick-ass blue. Because Joey wants stripes, we're going to keep the laces white. I'm going to chuck some on the palette. That would that would work. We all like orcs. Everybody likes orcs. Orcsies. So this should be interesting. So red shirt, white trainers. Gotta love it. Rather than do straight up and down, we're going to do them on a bit of a diagonal, these ones. Because they're knockoffs. They're not the real thing. 3 stripes. The first 3 stripes for Joey. Just going to get the bottom side of it now because we've done the top. That's not bright. Pink, green, and purple is bright. Well, that's true. So more like that. I bet you there's a set that have that colour. Let's be honest. Cool. So that's the first 3. Oh, deep breaths. No, it actually looks like shoes. Sweet. If it gets Joey's stamp of approval, it's all worth it. That leaves 6 stripes to go. Now, the reason I'm not talking as much is obviously I'm trying to be steady at the same time. And me laughing while talking is a perfect example why I should never talk and paint intricate stuff at the same time. This is going to be an awkward one. Got to be careful in this bit. Try not to catch anything that's white on the other trainer so I don't have to repair it. I did a session yesterday on my friend's model. After I'd finished last night, in fact, it was supposed to just be doing some eyes and some skin on a Sentry miniature from the Marvel universe. And it was by far one of the longest videos I've done on a single model. Ended up being 2 hours 20 minutes. It's crazy, right? Yeah, I like that. I think Joey, you've chose the right one there, dude. What I will do is I'm going to do a blue tab at the center of the back to add sort of break up the color there. You know, when sometimes you get that sort of bit of the back center where they change the color with a bit of the stitching, and then they make the center bit of it a different color as well, because it's very white all around otherwise. I'm just going to do a couple of little lines on the toe. To suggest he's got some down the front as well. Cool. Joey, good shout. This is why we have you on the team. Blue is done, so back to the skin. A quick slurp of juice. So next will be, we've got our Bugman's Glow already on the palette. I'm going to jump in with some Cadian Flesh Tone. It'll take a reasonable amount. So got a chunk of change on it. It's probably, looking at my palette, about maybe a quarter to a third of what's already on the palette. So it's quite a transition jump. I do like to vary skin tones. How are we doing for time? Oh, bang on the 2 hours. So we're getting to that point where I'm looking at picking up the next model soon. Yeah, the scary thing is we're only just coming up to halfway. For me. So let's have a look-see. As always, I'm just going to take off the excess on my hand. Yeah. It's a good way of seeing, so you can see there, I'm looking at my skin tone versus what I'm looking to achieve. It's kind of an easy go, no-go gauge without putting it on the model. Just getting the fingertips at the moment. It's gonna, so I've got a nice sort of high spot here running down the arm. Just gonna emphasize that. And being that I've got a really thin coat, just gonna flare it out. So it should dry still showing through some of the original pigment just below it. Coming back up on the bicep really. The arm's not greatly formed there for a bicep, so we're just going to do an edge. So just a basic light catching area essentially. Then back to the forearm, which is cool. Joey must do history at school. I don't know if it's one of his favourite subjects or if it's one of the ones he thinks sucks, or if he likes school overall. I think he does. Last time we chatted, I think he was a fan of school. So there's lots of times in history, and we're thinking now that we're going to start doing stuff for all different periods of history. So if we were going to do a history periods, armies and stuff that were real, which ones would Joey like us to do? That is my question for the gentleman who just requested blue Adidas striped trainers. I wonder if he'll do American history or if he'll choose international history, sort of, you know. That's something else that's always a bit different. Cool. Oh, there's a good bicep on this side, look. So the joys I've got for the rest of the day: make myself some food, Skype with family, as my mum retired to Turkey. Nice place. Weather is a lot better there. Not near any of the dangerous stuff, hopefully. That's obviously going on there at the border. For those in the world know. Most of you guys should be, based on the fact that you're watching a channel about modern conflict. And I'm just going to drag top to bottom on the inside to sort of show the forearm striations. A little bit of work on the thumb. I was thinking I was nearly done then, and I just looked at it and thought, I've not even done the face or anything yet. Back of the knuckles. 2 stripes down the forearm that I'm then going to manipulate with a bit of a wet. So took the excess off the brush. Another stripe down this side. I want to take some of the colour away from the gap. Put some more back into here. Yeah, cool. Looks good. So now I'm just going to have a quick top down on the fingers. Just going to do a diagonal drag from a different angle than I've done before to make sure I've got it as much as I can. The tip of the thumb just needs, there's a little white dot there, I must have caught it. So I'm just going to fill that in, like so. Then take the excess off, make sure we've got all the high points, or the highest point should I say, highlighted up nicely. The good thing is by looking down from directly above I can see most of what I need to and make a judgment call on where it needs to have the cleanest showing highlights. Just going to leave a little bit of a gap there to show some colour transition. You know, like the forearm muscle, he's at a strange angle, he's twisting his arm, so there should be a darker sort of line in there, which I haven't managed to keep. And this just needs to be a little, too much on the brush. Quick dab, take the excess off. Cool. One thing I'm wary of is just here, it's too straight. Doesn't look natural. So I'm just going to break that up. Cool, cool. And that's that bit done. So back to the face. Hopefully the final piece of the puzzle for this one at least. I'm just going to go back over those trainers just here and there just to tidy up in a sec. So we've thinned it down on the palette, we've loaded up the brush. Just Coming back to the face. Careful now, because obviously the shadows are different due to the weapon, but I want to highlight the face pretty similar to what you normally would. The edge of the neck here will show. The rest of the neck really won't, so I just want to feather that in a little bit. Back of the neck here and there on the corner. This side you can see most of it's showing, so I can be a little less selective here. Onto the ear, reload. E-springs, carry on. Off the nose. Cheekbone, up to the eye socket. Touch on the brow. I'm going to feather in a little just towards the underside of the ear and then into the temple as well, because this side's showing a bit more light than the where the gun side is. Try and get down to the chinny chin chin. I'm leaving alone just under the cheek to try and give the shadow there, so that there is a visual reference to that. Back to the jawbone. I want to make sure the end of his nose is lit all the way around. Cool, cool. And just near the mouth. Yeah, I think that didn't take as long as I thought it was going to. Cool. Just double check. There's a little bit on this side I want to get by the ear. Like a little black dot there. So we got rid of that. Come a little further down onto the neck. This corner's just got a dark spot that needs to go. Sweet. Double check the fingers. Let's get a better angle for you. Cool. I'm not a fan of the white at the front of the true shoot. I like it on the sides and the back. But I didn't listen to Joey on that one. I made my own decision. And that's where I've fallen over. So let's jump on there. A bit of white. Make them nice and clean on the toe. Same on that one. And then tidy up in between the blue. Now that I can see where I'm at. Switch around, switcheroo. I suppose the good thing is all you need to do a lot of the time is just tidy up. I have this with the eyes of stuff all the time. It was breaking me yesterday because I was really losing the fight for a long time, and eventually just got it right enough to do what I needed to do. But yeah, it was a tough one yesterday. Cool. So we're blue, we're white, we're black trousers with a light highlight. Got some serious webbing action going on. What bugs me is that one's just missing its light spot. Just one of them, sod's law. So we're going to try and repair that with a bit of Warboss green. And I'm literally just going to load the smallest tip on the brush. Just going like that. You can see the dot now. That was going to bug the crap out of me. So, Joey approves. I have the Joey thumbs up stamp of approval. We're all trained up. He's rocking it, running, shooting, giving the enemy the good news, or B, spraying and praying. So that's mini 1 done. So this model, a mere 2 hours and 11 minutes ago, started out alongside his compatriot, which is here, as an unpainted mini. And now we've gone from white to ready to fight. So, ding ding, round 2. Sub in, sub out. That's 6 models down for me, G. 6 models out of 13 that I currently own. I'm saving the leader for last because he's going to be rocking a stunning red jacket. And we move number 2 into the breach, so to speak, of the holding device. So, before anything, I always sort of settle on my colour palette. I did, before we started this, have a look at what I wanted to do and what colour. I made a plan. I didn't write it down, therefore I don't know what that was. No, I'm not looking. So the idea for this guy is he's wearing sort of black boots. Where is my pointy thing, also known as a brush. So we have on the edge here, you can see there's a sort of a line that diagonally goes up and then up towards the trouser. That suggests to me leather boot, as in the military-esque black boots that you used to see, that I used to wear and probably still have a couple of pairs of stuffed away in my locker. I'm going to go for a denim jean. So this time we're going to go for a sort of a dark denim. The top, it's a very sport sort of orientated top. Now I'm going to go for a white. We've not really tried white for a while. We've done an off-white with a guy early on. And we've done a cream sort of colour with the guy with the baseball cap and the mobile phone wearing his ripped jeans and looking particularly trendy. So for this one we're going to go for an off-white. And then I'm going to pick up the edges of the white. Just move that out of the way. Let me just see. So I've got my blue, I've got that, I've got my white. And then actually I think I'm going to stick with a... yeah, we'll go with red and black, I think. No, we've done red and black, so we'll go white and, you know what, stuff it. We'll have a go at orange. So we'll have a white top, very much like a basketball-y style top. We'll do some orange on the edges here, so we'll actually add a border, essentially, using paint. And if I'm dumb enough, I might go for a lucky number 7 on the back. We've got some shades, which we'll just do the same way we do the gun, essentially, and I might whack a silver on at the end just to give it some slightly different look. Joey wants a Lakers top. Okay, that's fine, but I'm not into basketball. What colours is the Lakers? Is it orange and blue, I want to say? And the cap, well, the cap will tie in with the shirt. How about that? So Joey's going to get on it for me. Send me a picture or something of what that looks like in a way that I can receive it without losing my stream. Oh, there's a belt. So we've got a belt. I might do a brown belt because I know G loves brown, especially on shoes, belts and briefcases, eh, G? So I'm going to have a go at that. Into chocolate bar number 2, which is a completely different shape to the last one. Yeah, that tastes as good as it looks. And the good thing is I can start nice and easy because you're doing black boots. Purple and gold, that was quick, man. Wait a minute, we've got retro coming on. Ralph's in the chat as well. He sent me a picture. Oh dear Lord. So you want, it's still trying to load. It's like a golden purple. I don't know if I've got that purple. Yellow. And there's white. Do I have to do the white like border? Because I'm not sure that's even possible. This looks like something from Caddyshack. That's fine. So this is Joey's model now. So we're wearing combat boots, jeans, Lakers top. I'll have to pick a number. Hopefully it'll be a single digit. And we'll go from there. See, there's loads of things I don't understand about basketball. I'm learning, but a lot of things confuse me with the difference between Europe and the US. Gambling, how you do your odds is different to us. I have no idea what is it baseball RBIs? How they calculate the 3-digit why it's in decimal is another thing I don't understand. Perhaps you guys, being the subject matter experts, could educate me on what it's all about, really. Basketball's not so much, obviously. It's assists, it's scores, it's time on the court. I know you can do so many fouls and then you're ejected for the game, or you just took off for a while. Is it like, ice hockey where you get put in a penalty state for a while? Penalty box? You crazy Americans and your stolen sports, I have no idea. Poking the bear a little bit here. At some point I'm just going to get shot. I'm going to be invited over and executed. Buried in the back garden as compost. So we've got the combat highs done. While I've got the black open, I'm just going to jump on. Percentage of successful hits. How do you work a percentage out from a decimal? Why not just put the percentage then? Oh, gun barrels up. What's Joey's favourite American sport? Please say soccer. Oh, I forgot the brown. Let me just grab him. Yep. So, emergency reverse. This is called the hot tub time machine painting with Gaz. Welcome back to the show. It's now 7 minutes 42 seconds ago. I was at the point where I was picking up the Mornfang Brown, looking for a demonstration here. Strangely enough, I've made the Citadel hand grip invisible for this part of the show. Glad to have you. We'll finish off the trainers shortly, and we'll do his skin. I'll cut this and edit. No, I won't. So, half a job, Gaz, I think. Now that I've not got the grip, I'm going to change the grip. It's silly for me to try it without it. I needed this time for his boots to dry, honest. Normally I look around the model and go, yeah, I'm happy with that, it's done. I probably should have done that with this one as well. A Lakers top. Although that's not happened yet officially, as the timeline is now reversed. We're just doing it on American time, which means I've got like 7 hours to paint this brown bit. And nobody would ever know that I didn't do it. If you hit 50%, then you're hitting 5.50. Okay. That's a lot simpler than I thought it would be. Joey likes baseball. Joey just likes hot dogs, I reckon. I reckon he's not there for the baseball. I reckon he's there for the food. Games of baseball, don't they last pretty much all day? It might as well be cricket. Because that's a British thing where you sit, drink beer, eat food, and look at a sport all day. Maybe they're like an equivalent. In that one, once you hit the ball, you run to the other end. So it's kind of got some, and there's fielders, and a baseball bat's much more fun when it comes to problem solving. Although a cricket bat will really hurt as well. Ah, sweet. So Ralph's rocked in and sent me a picture of the Humvee. So I can have a mooch through, because we were talking about... oh, look. See, I do have freckles. For years, I've been trying to get all these buggers to join so I get a tan. Strange how it never works. I get more freckles, but they never all join to make a single colour. So annoying. Right, look, we're back on. So we're back on. So yes, we finished the model. Look how lovely it is here and there. I'm just going to do a quick highlight on this wood. Cool. So Joey's Adidas trainer model is back in the fold. Joey's bloody Lakers top. I thought the one that Jim put up was going to be bad enough. A Lakers top. It actually has the word Lakers on the front. So we've done the boots. I talked about, we're going for a denim for this one. So I'm going to switch out brushes. I'm going to go for something a bit fatter for this next sort of phase, because there's no hard real access points for the trousers. So this one I like because it gives you sort of a darker denim. There is a lighter one that's like stonewash, but I quite like this. I like them both, to be honest, but for this model we're going to go with sort of a darker denim look. So he's rocking the boots, we're rocking some denim, and where to begin? So because it's fully loaded, I'm going to where I want the darkest spot really to start with. You can see straight away it's a really nice dark sort of blue. And then let's get this bad boy moving around before it dries. How many sports do they do at school? Is there like a curriculum in the US where you have to do certain sports, or do you just choose? We call it PE, or we used to. I don't know what it's called these days. It's been a long time since I've had to go to school. As in physical education. So what's the term for sports classes in America? This is where we're educating each other. We're leaving Brexit, so we might need some new words. It's that we've already sort of signed it all and stuff. Oh, no politics. Shh, shh. Right, I didn't say that. What I said was, wow, this is a really unusual tasting colour. It's not nasty, and it's not nice, which is good because normally it's just nasty. Try and make sure we stay in shot. See that blue? Love it. Love that blue. Lovely, 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 lovely blue. This is like cheating with these paints sometimes. I just want to darken it. If you want to darken it, which I do just in these two areas, just chuck another quick layer down and it darkens it. Tabletop standard miniatures now, there is no excuse. So G, pull your finger out. I know you've got all them Lord of the Rings stuff you need to do. And the British. And the Rock's Drift. In fact, all them board games as well. In fact, you could just do the Armies of Avalon Hill in this and then get a massive board. Cheers, Ralph, by the way. I'll have a mooch of that after. I'd be able to have a mooch now if I had all my electrical goods, but I lent one at lads one who went to the downed aircraft on Friday. That's the best news. We rolled off for it. This is how me and Steve-O are rocking the hobby at workplace. For some reason, there's a D20 in somebody's pen holder, so we didn't really care to go to the aircraft that was down. That particular one anyway. The other ones we didn't have to. We just had to sort a lot of stuff out in relation to them. So there was a office floor roll-off to see who was going to a downed bird. And I won. So Steve had to go. I think he didn't get back till like 8, 9 o'clock at night. Which, yes, in American timetables, that's not long at all, because travel for you is completely different. You down the road and my down the road are very, very very different in distances. Ooh, quick bite of the chocolate bar. Got to keep the energy up. Right, let's have a look at this top. Oh, Ralph sent me a Humvee pic. This is Ralph's hard work. Ah, now you can see my light setup. Look, there's one lamp. There's two lamps, and that square thing there in the middle. That square thing there. That's the camera, and I'm over here. Hello. Oh, I've got hold of the model up. That's freaky. So, look at Ralph's. See, this is why people need to airbrush, isn't it, Ralph? Rocking it and socking it. Right, let me have a look for this Lakers top. I say look, it's been linked. Oh, controversial. There's that one. It's got a yellow one. Where was the yellow one? Which one are we doing? Joey, I need advice. Oh my word, there's loads. What are we doing? Are we doing gold and Lakers and a number? I'm not even going to try and do the white, it'll be too small. So I've got purple and orange. In fact, it's a sleeveless one. Yeah, sleeveless one. Well, they're all sleeveless. It's basketball. Well done, guys. So I need a year. Obviously, we've got different ones for different years. Joey, help me out. I need guidance. Purple Main. Purple Main? So purple, basically. Well, purple. I should probably finish the gun first, eh? So not the yellow main, purple main. Interesting. I don't think I've tried a purple. I wonder if there's a contrast. There will be a contrast for it. We're about to delve into the unknown. This has turned into the Twilight Zone of painting. Oh, nearly painted the butt, but there's no point because... there's no point. I'm here all week. I say that, I'm not. I'm at work. In fact, it's half term here. The kids are off school. So most of the lads won't be in work. So I was about to say it'd be a quiet week, but it's probably going to be the complete opposite, where there's so much to do and nobody else in to do it. But it's going to be a crap week. This is where I make sure I'm in shot at last. We're flying now. I've got my purple mane. Crazy people. Got the colour scheme. It's been decided by the legend that is Joey. He is, I'm not even going to say an age because I'm not sure, but he is an awesome dude, and because of him my world is about to get a lot worse. Trying to find a purple, so I'll be painting with a colour I've never painted with before. Doing a top that I have probably seen before but never paid any attention to, and yeah, pretty much it's going to be good times. Cool, black is done. 7. Joey is 7, and he's smarter than the rest of us put together already, which is really cool. Really cool. In fact, he showed me how to play some of these computer games and he was kicking my butt, which is not surprising. Although I think being one of the younger members, or the youngest member of the SitRep team, that's, well, actually Joey's the youngest member, other than the boss, means that I should be the best at the computer games other than Joey. And if you've... Ooh, I nearly said something about G's flying on simulators. dangerous ground, back away. What colour to do the belt? Probably black. Because it'll be blue and white, and it'll, yeah. Quickly grab the black back. Do a nice contrast on the, so it'll break up the two colours quite well. Because it's darker than the blue, and obviously it'll be darker than the purple. And a white belt or a light coloured one would look kind of silly. I know G hates brown. G hates brown. Cool. So our belt is done. Right, so a purple. Right, we're back to, let's have a look. So model comes out the way. Hopefully it doesn't get dropped on the floor. So we're back to my colour coordinated heads. There is no purple there. The good thing is I can't even see these at the minute because the camera's in the way. So I'm looking at my screen. There's a pinky purple there, but that's like a gene stealer flesh or something. That's nowhere near dark enough. Oh, we have a winner at the back. See the guy with the white patch on his hat? He's a dark purple. So he's number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. He's the 10th one from the end. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's not it. 10. There we go. Hit and miss and then hit and strike. Shyish purple we're going with. In fact, it was meant to be, look, my chocolate bar's that colour. Well, the chocolate bar isn't, but the chocolate bar cover is. So let's have another look at this. So we've got purple with a white number with a man, what are you doing to me, guys? So purple with a white number and an orange yellow. You say gold, it's orange. I don't know if I've got an orange that pale. Now looking for a pale orange. No, I don't have a colour that pale. I'll probably go back to a Uriel yellow. So it'll actually be a yellow, but it'll come out virtually orange. This is going to be a real pain in the butt, guys. So let's see how we get on. Mini back in. Mini is in. Quick shake. Let's see how she sits. Oh, I'm scared now. Into unknown territory. I've seen this. It was a film called Predator when they went into the unknown, and that didn't end well either. So we'll load up the brush. Let's see how this bad boy sits. Oh yeah, it's definitely of a like to what we were looking for colour-wise, at least. Man. I'm not sure I'm going to be good enough to put the name on the back without it just looking comically bad. What do you guys think? Because, yeah, I can give it a go, but does it matter if the model looks like crap? LA Lakers. It's quite a famous team. Heard of them, even though I don't follow basketball at all. Let's not get silly now. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, come again. So that's as much as I want to do with a big brush. What do you mean, let's not get silly now? We've got to do Lakers and the number on the front and then fit orange around it somehow. Talk about biting off more than I can definitely chew. I think we're already well into that range. So we'll tidy up the white spots. Which is quite a few. So the belt's just showing. It is kind of lost. There are two dark colours, but a light colour would not look good. So we'll stick with what we've got. Just running the edge. The good thing is the pigment's going to hold under onto the trousers and give us a natural dark colour there as well, which is cool. Sweet, sweet. Let's grab this armpit, sort that out. Again, I can be haphazard here for the same reason as before. I must say the same things pretty much every time. Hopefully, well, if you watch enough, maybe at some point you'll start telling me on the screen. As in, you'll be like, you do realise, guys, you say these things a lot. I think this one's going to run over 2 hours based on the extra features it's about to get. Let's get right into the armpit section. Cool. Strong colours, so we'll let that dry. Nice purple though. It's really strong pigment, really strong. Actually suits quite well to what we're using it for. So as a time killer, I'm going to jump back to the Morphang Brown, which is I've only got a little bit left on the palette. So I'm just going to chuck an extra layer on, dab the water, spread that bad boy out. So that I don't forget this time, not that I forgot last time, I just tactically chose to do it last. Oh, we're on an advert. 26 seconds. I didn't even know we had adverts. I don't put them in. What's it for? I wonder why that has been doing that now and again. As in, you can see in the corner of your eye that your screen's changed, but you don't know why. But sometimes, well, most of the time I've been painting something a little too intricate to look. Gotta love Twitch. Oh, got it on his arm. It's the end of the world. No, it's not. And why not? Because we're going to paint over it anyway. Right. So, his hand's covering the foregrip fully on this one. So actually I don't need to do anything with the hand. What I do need to do is make sure the brown is done all the way up to the hand now. Which is fine. What colour cap are we going for then, guys? We've got black boots, blue jeans. We're going to have the sort of a dark top as well. What colour cap are you guys thinking? Have a think and let me know. Levi, yeah, Jim, thank you. It's come out really nice. It's just one layer as well. It's such a nice dark blue, like you say, a Levi's, the old 501 sort of look. And the contrast is, as always, a great job of highlighting it for you. Can't really ask for much more. One thing I have realised is the shades might as well get done in black now. Because if I do them now, by the time I finish the skin, whatever we've screwed up will be corrected. It's because my elbow had slipped off the table and I forgot to put it back on. So essentially I'm doing too much on these in black so that I can just correct. Because I'm doing a Lakers jersey, let's make him by giving him a Celtics hat. But that means I'll need another link. It's Joey's shout. Joey's in charge, I think, today. Are they from the same city or neighbouring cities then? So LA, I don't know where the Celtics are from. I'd expect Boston because it's Irish, but I'm pretty sure that American Irish are over the whole country. So maybe I'm wrong. I'm probably definitely wrong. Let's be honest. Cool. So while that's drying, I'll reactivate the grey that I've got on my palette, which shouldn't take long. Take off the excess, and we'll go back in and just do some of the weapon work ready. Boston Celtics. It is Boston. Hey, called it. Are they near each other? I don't think they were near each other. Los Angeles. Isn't Los Angeles West Coast? I thought Boston was more. Well, I've got East Coast in my head, but who knows? My geography of the USA is rather poor. Deep breaths. Must remember to breathe. It does help. So we're literally just doing what we did on the last one. As you've noticed from video to video, it's kind of just rinse, dry, repeat, except for purple jerseys. That's cool. We're on the edge of the mag. On the other edge of the mag. See, he's got a double clip here, so he's got one. In fact, it could be a triple stack. It's pretty thick. This guy's not going to run out of... I officially know as much about basketball as Jim does. He's just searched the rival teams, and the Celtics came up as #1. LA's West Coast. Oh, it is East Coast versus West Coast. Oh, I know loads. This is what happens when you have a culture of films from a country. You start to know stuff about them that you didn't even know you knew. That's like when you hear songs on the radio and then suddenly you can sing the lyrics, but actually you never really listened well enough to learn them. But they're that popular on radio that eventually it worms its way in there and takes away some useful piece of information from your brain to put in the words to a song that you never even liked. How our brains work. Gotta love them. Let's go over the top here. Spread the love. Let's have a look. Seasickness moment. Change the angle so it's in focus-ish. Problem is I have to be, because I've got a fixed focus on it, I have to be a certain height. If I get too high, it goes out of focus. If I get too low, it's out of focus. Everything you know about the UK comes from movies. Scotland is in the south, Sussex and Kent are in the north. Well, with that sort of, yeah, I think we'll leave it there, Jim. You do know we're an island, right? Not in Ireland, an Ireland. To be fair, you really should know, being a nation built from our heritage. Cool. I'm just going to put a little bit of grey down the mag as well. There's a couple of clip areas. I want to make sure this back section just goes all the way up to the wooden stock, which it does. Right next to Japan. I think you'll find that's Russia. Oh no, China. Hawaii? I don't know. Last piece of the chocolate bar is now being crunched upon. And an hour and 15 till my 4 hour mark. Not that that necessarily means I'll be finished based on the new parameters of my miniature. So we still need an answer back on the cap. But in the meantime, let's get some skin on this Bugman's Glow. It's crazy that you can come online and talk for this long and not really notice how the time goes. Because nearly 3 hours now. If you just sat doing most of the things that you don't enjoy, the time would drag quite badly. Work, if you're on time pressures, it sometimes goes quite quickly because you want time to be going slower, but generally work drags. Even playing, games with your mates, 3 hours is a considerable amount of time. I need to start thinking about, the vein thing you get on planes. Might need to stand up and walk around every so often. I'm not going to lie, my arse is pretty numb. And I promise that's from sitting down. I had rehab on Friday for my injury, and I think we must have done maybe 200-300 squats because they became the punishment as well. And that first day when you go and sit on the loo with your legs all shot to crap from ridiculous sessions, it does make for an interesting time of getting down and getting up. I've got one of them towel rail heater things on the wall, and when I went to get up, that nearly got grabbed. Bearing in mind how crappily built some of these modern houses are, mine being one of them, or the flat, should I say, that wouldn't have ended well. Could quite easily have pulled the wall down, never mind just pulled the rail off. So just a little more awkward here, getting into the armpit really. And we're doing some shuffling. Every day I'm shuffling. Oh, gotta be careful. So pretty much this has turned into just the SitRep team meeting up and chatting on Twitch. Yeah, time's strange. Time is something we've made and put on ourselves. That's the craziest thing about it. It's like, money. Been looking at focusing on various history now as a channel. I wonder if we could break it down, because we were talking about sort of geography and we were talking about times and stuff. I wonder if we should look at it from a military aspect. Should we look at the special forces of the eras? So pick an era, a nation, etc. Lock in a time period, but then look at what special forces were available then, what infantry were available, and what was considered to be artillery or armoured support or top cover, or, well, aircraft we don't really have to worry too much about. I'm just thinking, yeah. Don't get me wrong, the Wright brothers plane, or even going back further to, was it Leonardo da Vinci's design, could cause problems. Airships? Sounds like an idea for a project. Ralph's on board. Got fish fingers for lunch. I'm gonna have fish finger butties. That's a proper kid's meal in the UK. I'm a giant kid when it comes to food, so it won't surprise many people. G says I'm a fussy eater, as does Don, and they're right. Justin's the only person I've met that's more fussy than me, and that's not a good thing. The good thing is God bless America, you can get pretty much any fast food anywhere. So I was never going to struggle for food. Oh, we've got some right bicep going on here. That's good. So that was something that I felt was a little bit missing on the other model. It has been on a few of these, to be fair. The chests and the stomachs are really good. But generally the arms don't quite have the anatomy identifiable. America. America! Oh, I nearly went too far. Stop! Carry on. Check fire. How do we focus though? We each want to do certain areas and let's plays, and we have a limited number of episodes a year. Do you up the episodes to cover more ground? Do you carry on? Do you have a moving timeline, as in you start here and finish there over the course of the season? What are the thoughts of the community and the team members that are in today? Because we're going to spitball it around anyway, but I might as well pose the questions while we're online so that we can possibly get some of the community to get feedback. I think Sokak's just going to be happy because G's going to be slamming him with, or her, because I don't know if it's a him or a her actually, with the content when it comes to Let's Plays, which is something that they requested they'd like to see more of, and we'd like to do more of, so that's a winner. Chicken dinner. Looking forward to seeing all these minis G's going to paint with Marty and the team. When's Chris painting? Keep seeing him in the room. Get a paintbrush on him. And Dawn. Oh, we could break Dawn in on the modern miniature range before she starts her Harry Potter stuff. Harry Potter's modern, isn't it? Military? Maybe not so. Oh, I don't know. Some of those wands look pretty dangerous. It could be easily the same power as a Sergeant Major's little stick of power. So we're going to cover back up now all the damage I did on the shades. So I'll just take my time with this initial layer. This is his ear. Yeah, that's his ear. Just want to make sure I get the black covered properly. I mean, don't get me wrong, we're probably going to do a couple of layers of, or a layer of highlights, so it would hide it, but if I can do it now, I can do it now. Oh, right next to his chinny chin chin. Hey, we've had that one twice today. It's an old, I can't remember where it's from. Excuse me. Oh, apparently Chris is not for painting. Well, you say that, contrast paints can work for anybody. If you can hold a brush, if you can write your name, you can hold a pen well enough to hold a brush and apply contrast. Still trying to think how to attack the Lakers bit. I think the best way to do it would be to have a go at probably the number with the white. I'm going to go with a fairly straightforward number just to make my life easier, to be honest. Like 8 would be a pain in the backside. Lots of curls, even 5 would be problematic. It's about getting that curl of the 5 or that sort of number right within the folds of the shirt. Hey, look at that. He looks like a really pale dude because I've painted right up to. Wow, he's got a real suntan on the back of his neck in comparison to his face. This guy needs to definitely even out. Get back on that sunbed. think he's got a wolf ear going on. Oh, that reminds me. Really strange, really weird, interesting. Something Jim would absolutely hate because there's no history in it whatsoever on Netflix. Love, Death and Robots, I think it's called. It's a number of. How many is it? I think it's 16. 16? I want to say 16 short stories. And oh, I've got some on the blooming purple. Repair. Too little, too late. No, we're not too bad. Bit of a repair anyway. Yeah, they're about animated shorts. That's them. They're well worth a watch. I think there's about 6 or 7 that I really enjoyed. I love the farm one. Joey, you need to watch the farm one. It's like number 7 or something. Some of them are not for Joey because they've got age limits on. They're violent, and but there's one with a farmstead where they used. In fact, gee, you'll love it as well because it's like a horse farming thing. Well, it's not. It's cows, but it's a farming thing. I know you'd like to be a farmer. And they're raising cattle, and these things that are alien type things come through a portal and start eating the cattle. So, and they have these mecha things that they've built to help them with farming. They're in the barn, so they go out and they try and deal with them. Uh, and bigger ones come and more come, and it's quite funny and it's very cool. It'd make a great tabletop game. So far off war and modern, it's probably not even worth mentioning. In fact, there's a very cool one that G would like. I think it's Unlucky or Lucky 13, Unlucky 13, and that's about a pilot of a VTOL, very similar to the Valkyries, shipping troops about, and an aircraft that gets a bad reputation, a luck reputation, as the superstitious military, as we generally can be. It loses a few crews and some of their infantry, but makes it back, so it gets a bad sort of label, and a new pilot has to take it over, and she shows sort of the process of her slowly changing the look by completing missions till it goes from unlucky to lucky, which is very, very cool. But there's some really nice anime in that one. Not that that's everybody's cup of tea. Most of us are into war films, let's be honest. It's just you don't see. I watched Midway the other day talk about left feeling empty, and I'm talking about the modern one, not the older film. The older film for you youngsters out there. Quick slurp. Let's get this hand done, and then we're pretty much nearly done with the skin. It's a bit under the glasses there. No, Jim, you would not be happy with it. You would prefer to watch Pearl Harbor again. I'll be honest, I really enjoyed the sort of the flashes to the Japanese side. The actors they had for that could really carry their roles. But no, it's just it's you know what? I would just leave it alone, dude. If you're gonna watch it, you need to watch it on a day where you can do something else at very short notice. Because at the point where you're looking to commit seppuku yourself, you want to be able to walk away from it and do something that you would enjoy. How about that? You'll kamikaze the TV right out of the window. In fact, as a backup, just noticed I was almost out of shot, if not out of shot. Put Empire of the Sun to one side, ready to watch. Cool. I think we've got the skin pretty much done. Quick once around. I feel like I've been a little bit off center today over here. I think I must have it set up slightly different to normal. Just not that it matters now, and we're how long in? Only like 3 hours in. Yeah, it feels a little bit off. What? There you go. Get the Pacific on. I know you like that. I like that as well. I don't think it's. I know you think. I think you said it was better than Band of Brothers. To me, it's just. I would never put them against each other because they're just too different. Thin Red Line we talked about as well, didn't we? I think on the last one. Another great film that didn't really get what it deserved. Do I want to go a bit further down with that arm? Just trying to get the skin to the right area. Cool. Now I'm just going to make sure I'm tidying the areas where I got the black before. So I'm just going to do a quick one more layer to make sure that's all good. Then we're going to keep this guy bald, you know. I've done hair on the last few. Not had a bald guy for a bit, and there's no texture there whatsoever to work with, suggesting that the model is of a follically challenged state. Kind of like myself in places. I'll never understand why you can grow ear hair on the edges of your ears that you don't need, but you can go bald in the middle of the top of your head where you're supposed to grow hair. But, you know, life's a quandary. Nobody gets out alive. That might not be true, though. It's all about those AIs. Cool. Right. So, I'm going to leave the cap for now. So Ralph, yep, prefers Band of Brothers or Pacific. It's a bit of a weird one. Depends what mood I'm in. They've both got their goods and their bads. But I think both are definitely worth a watch. If you've not seen one or both of them. If you've not seen both of them, then you've got some serious catching up to do because they've been out a long time and they've been well thought of for a very long time. There's a little bit of purple I just need to tidy up. So we caught the colour before with the purple. Just going to quickly, because it's not going to affect where I'm going to be painting the purple. Just going to tidy that up. And I caught it with some skin there. And then just going to get back into this. There's a small like bubble pocket right on the bottom. There we go. That my initial pass, because I didn't have enough on the brush, didn't go down into and sit in. Purple done. So quick clean. I think what I'm going to quickly do now is the highlight on the gun and a quick highlight in the stock. Get that out of the way. So I've got a little bit of white in the palette. Take off the excess. We're just going to do what we did before. I never really got into this until we started painting these miniatures, strangely enough. The AKs have got some really nice contours to do it. I was still finding my feet with it, to be honest. But I do think it works nicely. And I love the fact you can just dull it down. You know, if the areas are too bright, you just literally take the normal oil over it to take the edge off. You can even go back in after and re-highlight the highest points white if you wanted to emphasize those areas. It's always difficult to keep the height with the gun being where it is. Normally it's not a problem for me to keep it in shot. so it doesn't lose the focus. But this crazy ass guys are, I say crazy ass, if you're being shot at by somebody that's a good shot and you feel you might be able to get them or at least keep their heads down by firing at this angle over some cover, not necessarily the craziest person. This one's got more ridge detail on than the last gun had, so it's allowed me to actually be a lot more specific with what I'm looking to do. Wow, I said specific really forcefully then. That's cool. Let's have a look. Yeah, I'm happy with that. Just going to dull it down here and there. Make sure that the top angle has got some white to it as well. Again, I'm going to leave the underside pretty much alone. Just going to do a slight initial layer. Whereas if the sun was shining over his shoulder, you'll get that, just that top section slightly. Cool, happy with that. I'm going to grab a bit of the white, chuck it into the Mornfang brown that we've been using earlier. Bring that up for a highlight. And this is going to go on this top, he says. Thicken that up just a touch. So that was quite thin. I do like thin layers, but it needs to be enough to hold as well, not spread. So we're just looking at basically just doing the two axes across the top, second layer, down the back, and then make sure that where the sun would be catching it, or the light would be catching it. Say the light, if it's dark, it's not going to catch nothing. Across the bottom. Then on this one, I'm just going to do a couple of just one striation into, just to break up the, and a couple of dots in the center. We've not gone with a grip, a wooden grip on this one. Happy with that. I'm just going to feather the bottom edge just a touch. Sweet. So a quick grab of the Nold oil. Just give it a bit on the palette. A bit of water. Thin it down just to take the edges off. So you can see how bright that bad boy is right now. Yeah, bad boy. So that'd be good for a sci-fi, but it's a little too bling. So keeping the Nold oil nice and thin. Just going to chuck this over. So again, just on the underside, being a bit more haphazard with it to darken down some of the areas as well. So I'm just going to push it into the areas I want as well as pull it over the white. Try and keep it at angles where you'll be able to at least see what we're doing. Where we're trying to push and pull it to and from. Almost. Did that one off camera. Cool. Let that dry. Just a bit there. It's probably the angle not letting my brush get in. Let that dry a sec. And then that should have dulled it down enough to make it look a bit more normal. Yeah, quick slurp. Tastes like chicken. Okay, Jersey. Yeah, I don't mean the island. So, he says. I've now got to go scroll back up and find this jersey. So the number, so Lakers. You crazy people. So, Lakers. You know what, I'm just going to keep that as a visual reference. If I don't respond on chat right now, the reason is my chat window is currently a Lakers picture. So I need a white, a good amount of white. I'm going to have to bring that 8 up. And we're going to have to, is it front and back? Yeah. So where to start, front or back? That is the question. Almost used the bad water again. Now squeezing the sponge to get some water out of there instead to keep my white white. Okay. So we'll load the brush. That's quite a small 8. So this is what we're going for. Painting by proxy. So it would have a name there. What are some names? What's the shortest? Okay, here's a question. What year is this? So this is 96, 97. Who that year had the shortest name that I could put on the back of the shirt? Is it literally Bryant? 6 letters. Or is there somebody with less letters in their surname? And now that I've asked that, I can come off this, go back to the chat. Will I try and do a number 7? 7? Yeah, 7. Ah, my paint's dried. Gotta love these lamps. Just trying to fatten it out a bit. Push it into the corner. Oh, looks like Ralph's first to the punch. You sure you don't want to do painting tutorials, Ralph? You get these awesome, awesome requests from people. Team info. I just wanted to... Oh, there we go. Wow, that's a lot of players. Nick Van Exel, Robinson. Let's not have... I don't know if you guys can see it. There's like a Chris Kowiak. He's definitely not going on the back. Oh, we've got a Jones. That's 5. Horry. That's 5. I don't care if they were on the bench the whole season. Oh, I've got O'Neal. In fact, oh, this is a gym moment. I've just seen that number 7. Guess. Guess. Yeah. Is there anybody else with 7 in their number that I can change this to right now? What were the chances of number 7 being the longest, worst possible name? We're going to change this to number 6 and go with Jones. Oh, there was a Fox. What number's Fox? See, it's enemy. I've not read it properly, obviously. Fox. Where are you getting Fox? There is no Fox. Jones, Horry, O'Neal, Jones. I think we're going with Eddie Jones. That's a great name, Eddie Jones. Ah, well, it's definitely not going to be number 7, so we're about to change that. Pays to do your research, people. This always goes for these historical models. Although it's in a completely different light this time. Now, the thing I worry about is this going to cover? It's going to cover, but it's not going to completely obliterate it. The good thing is we're doing a number 6 over it, so I might be able to sort it out in the rerun. Yeah, no worries, Ralph. Have a good one. Cheers for popping in. Thank you for the company, guys. So number 6, we're back to number 6 on the front and the word Lakers. He says, make sure I've got this right. Just trying to get the right angle to write on stuff is very difficult. Garrett, stop! What do you mean, stop? I'm going with number 6, Jones. Locked in. To be fair, it could be a knockoff. Shot in with the number 7. Oh well. I appreciate it, buddy. Too little, too late. That's not historically correct, is it, Jim? Joey said a Lakers top. It's not a Lakers top without the word Lakers on it. He the boss. He's killing me, but he the boss. Essentially, I'm just trying to build up dots to try and keep the letters and the number looking like they should. Rather than trying to do it in sweeps. There's a bit more controllability this way, and it kind of forms up with the material a bit better. You just need to sort of do a couple of layers at least, just to thicken it up to give it a clear, identifiable number. This weekend's been a weekend of pain in the butt painting. There we go. Tidy up the bit at the top. Welcome to the quietest part of the show. 14 minutes of silence as I try and write words onto a miniature. Definitely a homemade one. Looks like layers. It's a right rip off top. Oh, I've lost it a little bit. Alright, where's that purple? Cheers, Jim. So with the purple now, it's going to define some areas, hopefully. Because as we've often said, you can try your best, but rarely get it right the first attempt. But you can always try. I was about to say can, but we'll go with try. Tidy it up to make it what you want it to be. I'm going to come back to the K because that's going to be the most difficult one to get. This definitely means Marty needs to do his Adidas tracksuit. Now for the K. It's like a H. Not quite got that right, but still got, I can go back with the white for that. Joy is I've got this to look forward to on the back as well. So I've set myself at a right angle to try and get a more pronounced K. There we go. We have Lakers. Oh, what's the next bit? Next bit is a quick slurp. Oh joy. So Lakers is actually gold. So that was just the first layer. I thought it was done. Crazily enough, it was yellow that I was painting yesterday that I was having real problems with. So looking at them two, I'm going to go with this one because it's a bit more of a goldy yellow rather than a vivid yellow. So the number has like a shadowing to it, which should be interesting on a bloody 6. But the centre, instead of shadowing sort of as you would on the inside of the circle, on the actual jersey they haven't done that. Right. Let's see what we shall see. Give it a sponge a squeeze for some clean water. Oh dear Lord. Round 2. So I'm just got this as a reference at the minute. That's way too much on the brush for what I want. So they've actually gone from underneath. Let me just. This is for you, Joey. I thought you were my friend. I'm not so sure anymore. And then it would be here as well. Oh, need some more. Again, like we've always said, don't judge it until it's finished, please. Trying. We'll probably have to tidy up a fair chunk as well. It's getting there. So I'll try to get this yellow up to a good sort of strong tone before tidying up, so that I can repair almost anywhere, but still have a really strong yellow to work from as a reference. Okay, that's just about there for this side. Just double up on the lettering. Yeah, let's have a look at tidying that up. Don't know why I'm putting that away. I'm going to need that shortly for round 2 on the back. Oh joy. So a little bit of the back to the purple contrast. Tidy under the S. Into the recess at the top of this S. Make sure there's a definable gap between the number and the word. The name, touching where the E is. bottom of the K again. One of the legs of the A has gone too long. Right. Now, I'm going to go make it a definable yellow part of the 6. Then come away. Turn the angle of the model to try and keep the circular motion where it should be. Like so. And we have lost the definition between the R and the S. And that's as good as I can do. Lakers. Let's see if there's anything else on the top of the sides or anything. Oh, balls. Got it around the arms as well. It's got the arms and the collar as well. But the number of the letters are done there. So I need white and orange around the arms and the neck. Might as well do them all the way around. Well, I've got killed the camera. I had such a good plan. It was just going to be white. So essentially, we're going to run the collar with white. Oh look, bit of repair work on the hat while I'm here. Oh, itchy nose. It's never good. Time reel. Not too bad. This would easily have been done by now. I've still got to do the back. I'm kind of putting it off. It's going to be awkward near the chin. This is probably the most... I'm normally quiet at points, but not for very long, and then we move on to some of that I can do quite easily, but this last few phases has been all stuff that's tough. Tough. Let's turn that a little bit. There we go. So I'm just trying to get up above the shoulder here to give it the join to go all the way through, which is pretty much there now. So that's the first part of the collar piece. Then we've got to do one under each arm. Oh, I'm just going to straighten my legs a bit because Gaz is stiff. In fact, I'm going to grab a quick drink. Right. Apologies for that. Had to get some blood flow back for a start. Help me out. Moving on to the final chocolate bar. I don't think I'd need it. I was wrong. I'll get that opening out of the way. Right. Let's get these two sections around my arms done. Too much on the push. Bit more white. Just want to thicken this up a bit here. Actually, it's just better with the white. You know, it does add a really nice colour to it. An issue with just the Lakers, but it didn't look that good. But it's really starting to come together. Well, I don't know. We've just had a post from somebody. I think it's somebody touting something, spamming, I think is probably the word. I don't know, you got spammers on Twitch. Seems like you do. It's a shame, isn't it? Yeah, I'm going to go with that as well, Jim. Getting close to the part where I can talk again soon. And when we do, what are we going to talk about? Let's have a think. Is any tabletop game really a tabletop game due to the fact that you have an omnipotent view of the battlefield? Therefore, you will gear your troops to react to the positions of the enemies, regardless of the realities that you wouldn't have seen them in those positions. Chew that one over. This is where I get a one-word answer now. Yes, no. I'll be like, oh, okay. Right up at the top. I want to try and keep a bit of purple between these two halves of the jersey. So there's a clear defined one side and the other. We already are famous. Well, oh, my stomach's crumbling. It's all this chocolate. It's probably wondering why it's not even a fish finger butty right now. Cool. So happy with that. And that. Now back to the yellow, because there's a yellow in there as well. There is no way I'm going to be at a line between. Okay, not games that are hidden masked movement rules. Pretty much any, even masked hidden rules. You can add the rules, but you can't stop the opponent really from seeing if you're in person on tabletop. If it's a computer game, then yeah, it's dead easy. Just fog of war it. But unless you're covering the board, fog of war doesn't really exist in tabletop. I've got hiccups now. It's a good addition to my video. We'll do a hiccup count. In fact, I'll go for the collar first. That way I can see what it looks like. Nah, I'm going to leave it white, guys. I can't, because I can't control the yellow enough. It'll just spoil the really crispness of the white as a contrast. So I'm just going to go back in and repair this. I'm making a command decision. I'm in the seat. I tried my best. I failed at the yellow. On the on the actual jersey, it's in between the white, so it splits it, which is very, very difficult for me to actually achieve. I can only do what I can do, and I tried my best. I gave it a go. I've lost the edge, so what I'm going to just do is grab a bit of Reikland Flesh Shade, chuck it in at the bottom. It's not dark enough, so I'm going to get rid of the excess on the skin. Grab that back, grab the known oil. So I've lost the definition of the collar. It just sits against the skin. Now black lining is not a natural thing, but I just want it here. Just blowing into it just to dry it up just a touch. And then I've just put a dab in, and I was going to move it to give me the black line, essentially. A little bit more. Yeah, that's cool. So repair is done. Repair is done. Front is done. So that leaves the back. We'll go with Jones and number 6. So I need some more white. Still need to repair that cap. So while I've got a clean brush of white, I'm just going to put a dab on there, and I'm just going to repair that cap. Which is done. Back to the white. Put a dollop on. Yeah, it's a omnipotence on a battlefield is potentially doable nowadays with the use of iStar, with drones, with satellites, real-time telemetry. Makes for an interesting addition, possibly to gaming systems, especially the modern era. Take it to sci-fi, you can go in further. Now, obviously we're looking at various histories soon. So, would we want to add into games? Oh, we're on an advert. I take it doesn't pause. Does it pause when you do an advert? So does my conversation just sort of cut off and then pick back up wherever it comes back in? So I'm not actually sure about that. So I'm just going to tidy the white again because the yellow's still showing through, even with the first repair run. That's cool. That's pretty much covered it now. There was an area of purple here that I lost. Still have some purple live on the palette, so we're just going to tidy that up. Like I say, repair is as important as achieving. You can often repair the problem. He says. Cool. Yep. So we're back to letters. Jones it is. 5 letters of the Jones variety and number 6 again. So I can't remember if I started with the number or the letters. Oh, it was the letters, I think. Deep breaths. So I realised I wasn't sure I was on camera. Oh, O's. My first, well, the S was a circle, I suppose, but I don't think I went low enough with the N there. I can hear like a moped running around the estate that I live on. I'm pretty sure it's a food delivery one that can't find the road he's looking for. I think he's on like lap 17. Poor bugger. So, what time actually is it? Oh, 10 to 4. So time is flying by. Oh, do a bit more white. Yeah, you'll see me randomly just go off and touch stuff up when I see him. Like I say, the having the lamps is really useful, but man, it cooks the paint on the tip of the brush. I'm definitely gonna have to tidy that up. There he goes again. Quite funny if you can hear him too. Oh, I've completely screwed the S. Screwed the pooch on that one. So let's just quickly repair that area, let it dry, and go at it again. In between, I'll quickly do the skin, I think. There we go. Quick repair. Seal the lid. I don't have any Bugman's. I'll use pretty much all of it. So I'm going to whack on some Bugman's Glow. The usual suspect. Chuck on some water. Change that to that. Cool. Then we're going to pick up some Cadian Flesh Tone. Clean brush. Dry with mouth. Not that much dollop. A dollop and a dollop and a bit. Seal that. Rock that. Let's have a look how she goes. A little bit of water. Yeah, seems legit. Let's have a play. Okay, Where do we start? Somewhere that I can repair easy, as always. So fingertips. This is definitely change position just a touch. Can I get it to an angle? Not really. There we go, maybe there. Fingers are almost completely undefined. This is where I've just realised why. Reichland? Did I do a Reichland flash shade wash? No, I haven't. I did that a little bit on the back of the neck, but I haven't actually. It's quite handy. The indication was where I started, pretty much. The fingertips themselves don't have the shadows between them that we're about to achieve. Let's chuck this on like so. So, let's see. Go down the forearm to the underarm. In fact, his face has got no details as a massive combat indicator. Combat painting indicator. There's a bit there that needs a bit of paint application. So let's get in and around this side. I don't think my hand holding's been as good today. There must be something just slightly unnatural with how I've set up today. There goes the moped again. It's either that or somebody's learning to ride a moped on my estate. One of the two. They really need to give up or make that phone call. You know, you give your number. But that line there, that darkness there is far too thick. So I'm just going to quickly grab some of the excess off, go back with a bit of, then pull a bit away and out, and let's thin that out. Back of the head and the neck, front side and up. Make sure you get the ears, the eyes, the jaw, the neckline, the plunging neckline. Homina, homina. And then we go for the other arm. I'm going to pull the excess out of there so you do the beginnings of the other arm. There goes the moped again. Wow. Somebody's going to get cold food. It's either that or it's a prank one. It's a number that doesn't exist. If you're expecting food and you'd have heard that going up and down, which I'm pretty sure every house does on this estate because the windows are crap, then you'd have gone, maybe that's my food, and at least sort of stood outside or something and waved him down. That's that, good. Just get up into the wrist, side of the face, pull a bit up into there. Cool. Right. Let the flesh dry. Piece of chocolate. Oh, chocolate is good. Back to white. Mr. Jones, Mr. Jones. Mrs. Jones. How are you doing? Cheers, Joey. Well, this was your idea, dude. We'll put it all down to a good idea. Painful for me, but good for you. So, front side of the jersey's there. I tried to do the white around the arm and the neck, buddy, but it's too intricate. I couldn't pull it off. So we're doing my best on the back. It's historically correct. We've done a check on that. I know that's ticked a box for Jim as well. Here at the Cigarette Podcast, wherever we can be, we're historically correct. Which is probably a good thing with a channel that talks about history. Military history. Excuse me. Sorry, I'm choking on my chocolate, which is not the worst way to go, I'd imagine. I'd quite happily go that way. Oh, that moped. This way, I'm going to go out and wave at him and see if he gives me food. He probably will at this stage. He's that thread as of driving round. So the bottom of the 6 is way too fat, but we're going to sort that out as we have done before. Cool. So I'm going to go back to the letters above. There's a couple of places to try and tidy. Cool. Right, back to the purple to repair the bottom of the 6. Okay, now I really have to step up my game. Feel free to paint the orange and white checkered jersey for football that Jim has kindly entered into the transit game characters. Still think Marty needs to do his Adidas tracksuit. Six tops, just a little not happy with. Too much on the brush there. I'd have been really stepping up my game if I'd have actually done the number 7 name, which was about 20 letters. I say stepping up the game, ruining the model would probably be another way of putting it. Right, onto the yellow. Still got a little bit going. Skoback, welcome. We mentioned you like 3 hours ago wanting your more Let's Plays. And I don't know if you caught the live stream yesterday all the way through, but G is looking to provide. Cheers for tuning in, buddy. We're painting basketball jerseys, dude. Look, we're on Lakers tops. At Joey's request. Joey, you break me. You'll break me. Joey, get G to show you all the sports tops she's painted on her minis. And then pick a team for her to do. In fact, Ralph wanted Newcastle football top on somebody. I don't think they'll have even heard of Newcastle over in... It's only because he's tuned out that I'm saying this. That's no worries, dude. Noon was very early for me, but I'm actually Skyping with family later. So It's been a day of sat at the laptop today. I need a little more yellow. So we're just jumping in with a bit more Uriel yellow. I'm running low on the palette. What time is it anyway? Oh, we're at the 4 o'clock. Gee, I'm clocking up some real hours today. I think I've just lost you potentially another whole day of board building when it comes to the time. Excuse me. Speaking of board building, what are you going to use for the base? In MDF it? Not as good as the other one. I'll have a look at that in a sec. Did you say 8x4? Nice. That's good because we're showcasing one our sponsors, which is awesome, Blacksite Studios, and they do some lovely terrain. You know, and it proves we are standing behind them, and they're standing behind us and their products. So that's going to be really cool. Be interesting to see some unboxings and some building content to show how stuff goes together for those two. Well, for the Blacksite definitely. For the range of their lovely scenery. That's going to be a real interesting build. Because it's not a small compound, is it? I take it we're going to do like a drop shot, Jim. Is that the plan? Or are they potentially able to roll in to the compound in vehicles? Throwing all the questions out today. So just tidying up with the purple here and there. Just get some of the yellow pigment does take to the purple. So just going to re-establish some areas. Need a bit more purple. She's getting thin on the palette. Didn't have that much anyway. One of the good things about contrast, so heavily pigmented that when you are doing the touch-ups, you barely need anything out of the pot. It's literally not even a drop. And it goes quite a long way. Oh. So, I'm happy with the 6 and the Jones, and the 6 and the Jones. What I feel like we're missing is that line that runs the edge of the 6. So, in we go. Oh! Yeah, that was a massive fail. Caught it in time. Try again. Oh. Herein lies the problem with contrast. I'm trying to re-establish a colour with a paint that wants to flow. Rotate the model around the brush, not the brush around the model. This also works for rifles during drill. So this is going to be establish the colour, establish the line, repair the other areas. It's kind of a reverse what we did to begin with the other stuff. whereas the purple was the repairing agent. And this one, the white and the yellow are going to be. Cool, so happy that we got the line, because that was really, really bugging me, as it should, because it wasn't right. And if it bugs you when it's not right, well, that's when it should bug you. Cool. It's pretty much dry already. Just going to look at, make sure we're in camera. No, the brush has dried out. That's cool. Get rid of the white, because we don't want to water down the yellow. Grab some yellow. Cheers, Jim. Yeah, I'm trying to breathe. Oh, cool. So there will be some build videos coming as well, which is awesome. Gifted a tier 1 sub. I'm not even sure what that means, but it looks cool. So what does a tier 1 sub mean? Ah, shares rewards when people like stuff, I take it. Oh, itchy nose. Oh, oh, that was close. Ah. It's not a virus, promise. I've not coughed or I've not got a sore throat, whatever other symptoms they are. I don't think you can catch it digitally anyway. Right, yellow, back to yellow. It's nearly there. Just tidy this bit up. I hope. So this is all for Joey. Hopefully he can take pride in our work, because Joey now has a number 6 Lakers shirt model at his request from 1997/98 season, which was dedicated to number 6 Jones. The good thing is I don't really need to do anything with the jersey now, because it already has the highlight from the contrast, and the extra colours do a lot of the work for me. Cheers, yeah, it's come along nicely. Trousers are good. Boots need a little bit, so we'll just grab some. Which grey? Do you know yet? That's right, Mechanica Standard Grey. Grey of choice for Gareth. Okay, I might be losing my mind. It's finally beginning to happen. I think it's lack of real food. Well, I say real food, I eat junk food. No, so it's definitely not that. So I'm going to do a quick edge highlight of the boots. Make sure we're in good shot. Just going to highlight that leather banding that really suggests old style combat boots. How do you lace up again, Jim? You just do them in crosses like that, don't you? You don't go in and out. You just sort of do you know, you got your hole here and your hole here, and you do a hole there and a hole there, and then you just go straight across, don't you, like that? Yeah, that's right, isn't it? Jim will tell you how to lace boots in a second. Once he's finished having his epileptic fit. In Angra. Epileptic? That was the wrong word. Apoplectic. Apoplectic? Yeah, definitely need that word of the day toilet paper that Joey used to have on Friends. So the boots are pretty much there. Trying to get the bottom of the heel, just a slight bit underneath. Happy with that. So happy with. There's a couple of areas of the white that are holding some of the skin. So when I've done the skin colour here, it's just caught the edge with the brush or the body of the brush. So just tidy them up. Cool. Oh, I forgot about the cap. You know what? The cap, because it's not been touched yet, doesn't look right. So we're going to go with the grey on the shades, just to change the colour in towards the edge. This one's barely in a visible place anyway, so we'll just whack a bit on. I've still got the skin that I lightened up earlier, so we'll make sure that's still alive, which it is. And oh look, massive bit on the fingers that I missed. Cool. And then we'll just jump in and do some highlights on the hands. So this was what I set up before, which was Bugman's with some Cadian flesh tone mixed in. I actually started this process right after, and then realised I hadn't Reikland flesh shaded. So I'm just going to go for the cheek. The jaw's quite exposed here, so we're going to do quite a bit up the jaw and leave a gap between edge of the nose. Going to leave him bald. 1 times a tick-in. 2, I think it kind of suits him. It's got no real, there's been no real effort to sculpt hair on this, so I don't see why I would paint it on this particular guy. And most basketballers have short hair or not anyway. Back to the ear, do the whole ear. Then we're gonna dab the edge of the nose, because I want that clear. Cheek is kind of strange on this side. It just comes out like that. The jaw's really quite extended. So I'm going to wet down the palette to spread that around. And tone that back. Back on the nose. Oh, I've got a nice wet on there. Same again. Cool. Then we're going to move to the arms. So let's have a look. So we're going to have quite a bit of light on the forearm here. So I'm just going to pick the elbow out initially. That gives me something to work up to and from. So we'll get some forearm muscle formed on that side. Same on this side. Dampen down, spread it a little bit into the middle, just to tone that centerpiece back, but without fully losing the shadow. Then let's go with a bicep around here. So quite haphazard to begin with, and then we wet it down to bring it back. a bit on the shoulder. See how it shapes up. That should go up to his ear and across the ear. A bit on the neck. Cool. Just feathering up the side. On the inside, I'm actually going to go more for the back of the arm, so sort of pull it forward and try and highlight what would be a tricep of sorts. Stretch my back. It's starting to twist. That's why I'm going out of shot. Cool. And then on this hand, we've already done the fingers. Just going to touch the back of the knuckles, switch him round, pull down for the forearm muscle. There's not much bicep here to work with, so we'll just sort of develop one. Definitely going to adjust that forward just a little bit, so it's a bit more natural for me. We'll get in the shoulder, so the back of the arm. Reinforce that forearm like we said. Elbow, I want a good elbow, not to the chin. Pull in two sort of striations, one left, one right for the forearm, same as we did sort of on the last guy. Left a little bit of colour in the middle to reference potentially the musculature of just the way they're firing essentially. And then we're going to come out, leave the armpit part. I just noticed the back of his head needs a little bit of attention through here. Up around the ear. I'll even that out across like so. His hand here, although it's because we've paled him down so much, the shadow was too much, so we brought that one back up just a touch. Then tops of the fingers again, because they're the highest point. We want to make sure that they're light. Can do a diagonal drag on these ones now to the trigger. Tips, trigger finger, and that's that. Let's have another look. So a little bit more on the underside of the tricep. Just a little bit of blend work around the neck. Oh, the inside. The inside needs just too harsh a transition. So chuck three or four stripes in and then thin it down and move it around. So this again, 3 or 4 stripes meant there was gaps between, then put water onto it so that it doesn't fully cover the shadows and pull out the excess, which is cool. I think we're close to being done on that part of it. Shoulder here to the bicep. Dab that. We got any white left? Yep, I've got a little bit. Onto the shades. Just dabbing that on. Just giving it a little bit of a sheen. I mean, you could always go over with silver after and mirror shade it up. So, happy with the skin is... Yeah, I'm happy with the skin for now. He says as he sees something. Never finished. You're never finished. Just need to even out in here. Take the excess off. Go back in and just move that. So it's really dark in there in comparison. Again, it's just where the shade's doing its job. The contrast, sorry, the shade, Reichland. Just a little bit more through here. On the top side. There we go. Cool. Sweet, sweet, sweet. So the cap. I have no idea what we'd never really got around to. I didn't see a post about the cap. So as we're closing towards 16:22, I'd like to get the cap finished in the next 8 minutes or less. So I've got those dark. Everything's dark. White does suggest to be a cap colour of choice. So essentially I've got my headset out again, looking at what sort of colours to do. You know what? I think I'm just going to go with. I was going to go with that grey, but actually, I've got a bluey grey cap. I've got a black and red peak cap. I've got a black cap. There's a lot of caps in this country. Do I go red? It's red OTT. Hey, over the top. I do go for like a light blue. Do go for a green, giving me his army-esque, military-esque. You know what? I'm actually just going to go with the denim. I'm going to go with the denim blue again because I've already got it. I really like that colour, and I think top half and bottom half means that it'll actually work together well. We shall see. We shall see what we shall see. So we're going straight back in with what is this blue from earlier. Do you get denim caps? You don't really get them as much as you used to. I don't know. Denim kind of had that phase of you wore denim trousers with denim tops, and everything pretty much was doable that way. And times have moved on, things have changed, and that's not quite the case anymore, as fashion always does, if fashion you can call it. I'm just going to pull this down to just above his ear as well, because I want it to help me hide, not so much hide, it's probably the wrong word, but blend the edges of the shades which go behind his ears, but then disappear straight, so there's no hook behind them to go behind the ear itself. So the black should still just about show through. Need to get the underside of the peak of his cap, as you can see there. Now the last guy with shades we kept with just a white finish. In fact, where is he? I think he's here. Yeah. Which was okay, but I'm not a big fan of just okay. So, having just done that, and in honor of Marty and his mirror shade loveliness, we're going to chuck on some Silver Ho Silver on the current guy and see what that looks like. Because I've still got 4 minutes and the character is pretty much done. Except for maybe a quick highlight. Oh, this one separated years ago. So let's get a bit on. Reactivate it. It's been a while since I've used a metal. I don't think I've used metal yet on any of these guys. We've used the black, the grey and the white for all their AKs and such. Okay, so see if we get a little bit of mirror shade action going on. Cool. Yeah, stuff it. Let's have a look at the other guy quickly as well. Currently now unstuck from said. This one's got some really nice open areas for me to. Marty will be proud. So the model today has been for Joey, but the mirror shades are for Marty. Rocking it like it's hot. Cool. Well, guys, I'm about to say I'm done, but I'm not, because the contrast has gone really well on the cap, but I do want a bit more of a highlight to it. So I just need to do a quick highlight of the cap. What we're going to use, it's quite a dark blue, so I need somewhere in the middle. I'm going to use base colour, Calidor Sky. Oh, stomach's grumbling. I don't know if you can hear that. That was my belly calling for hot food. It knows there is food awaiting to be consumed, and it is willing to remind me on camera that it's ready for it. So I'm quickly just going to run an edge highlight on the brim. Just going to touch across the top, give it some element of a highlight. Again, run the edge of the brim. Too much. Take that back off. Yeah. Try again. Peak at the front. Just going to angle this side in a bit from the peak of the cap, because the gun should cover the opposite side. Ever so slightly, just touch in here and then there. Yeah, pretty much there. And I'm going to do a final shade over the whole thing, just to re-establish the lines with a Dragonov blue. If I can find it. Yeah. Violet? Violet's not blue, is it? Purple. Is it Dragonov Violet? That's Druchi. This is what happens when I deviate from my planned paint scheme. In fact, we had this the other week where I was looking for it for quite a long time. Definitely not going to do that this week. But I want a Dragonov blue wash. So it's a shade, there we go. It's a nightshade actually. Probably why I wasn't seeing it straight away. Why do I want this? Because I don't want the cap to be that much lighter than here. So we'll see what we shall see in a second. As we go quite heavy initially. Take off the excess, move it around. Flip it. Flip it, Lotto, flip it. And do the other side. Leave the peak at the front. I'm going to go underneath. And we're good. we are finished. Well, I hope that was long enough for you guys. If not, I apologise. Somebody else's turn next time. I think it's been a good day. Achieved 2 figures, which is my aim goal. We did some custom work for Joey, especially for you, dude. We have your militia member. Who knows? If you go around on that day, maybe you can play. You have to speak to the other boss, Gianna. It's just a little too much pigment here. I'm just going to pull that out quickly. Cool. So yes, we have 2 times many finished today. Let's get the second guy when I find him. So we have gone from primed to done on these 2 gentlemen. I love the contrast of these 2 when you look at them now, because you've got one guy with the military sort of gear on, wearing his Adidas trainers. Joey, blue trainers. You've had a day of choices today, dude. Versus the other guy, who is a lot more muted in colour until you get to his top, and then he's rocking his Lakers top. Really glad. Can we see the first money before you end? Oh yes, of course, that was the first money, dude. I even got it out before you said it. So yeah, really happy with how they've come out today. 2 more for the gang. That takes me to 2, 4, 6, 7. So that's 7 for me from 13. 6 to go. I've got the gang leader and a bit of a mixed bag of other. I've got another actual guy with a mobile phone, so a second dicker, as we call them, to go as well. But yeah, Lakers tops. I think that's the only Lakers top that we're having go in based on today. Cheers, Skullcat. Thanks very much for the comment. Much appreciated. It's been an absolute blast. For those of you that haven't heard, the live stream went out the other day, so feel free to pick it up. That's the latest episode of the SitRep podcast, where we talk about how we're going to broaden our horizons when it comes to historical and military history. So no longer will we just be modern, but we'll also be looking at what else is out there. I've almost got a skull and crossbones going on there now. I just need to do the skull. Oh, because of shoelaces and Jim. Hope you've had a great day. I have. Thank you for tuning in. For those of you that are watching this at a later time, I hope you enjoy the video. I hope you find it either useful or entertaining in some fact, even if it's just background noise to help you hobby as well. And we look forward to catching you all soon. And we're going to continue with our 13 days equals 13 hours. I've now got a good 4.5 hours to log. So back to you guys, and here's a message from our sponsors. Have a great time. Bye-bye for now.
Are you looking to become a Tier 1 operator in the gaming world? Elevate your games with Black Site Studio Terrain.